session, and ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Pro Tem, would you please lead us?
Would you please join me in standing and putting your hand over your heart as we salute the flag and what it represents. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, we have the roll call, please.
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participating is invited if you wish to be heard on any agenda item, including any item on the consent calendar. Please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics is your elected governing board. We will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this council meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comment. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit the comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell, speaking on item 3, public employment.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have a video here of, and I'm going to talk about the chief, where Rodriguez pulled that gun and put it in the guy's stomach. Has everybody seen that, or does somebody want to see it? I got it up here if you'd like to see it. Let me know and I'll show it to you. When you got a chief like that, see, what scares me about him is that he's going to turn around and try to sue us and get a lot of money. With this video, violating my constitutional rights, lying about it, I think we should offer him a polygraph as to has he committed any felonies or criminal activity since he's been in the police department. He'll fail. So I'm trying to give you guys a way that we can get rid of him without him trying to unload our coffers. In my particular case, like you know, I'm a public access producer, have been one for 20 years. And to take my camera and impede my First Amendment rights, that's just, it's appalling. It's appalling. And then turn around and lie about it and say I swung my tripod at somebody when we know it wasn't true. And I got, Mr. Brown was here that day. So not only is he lying, then he lied to the sheriffs about it. When you lie in a criminal investigation, that's a felony. So he actually belongs in jail. And I'm going to be meeting with the Public Integrity Unit and the FBI about this tape that I have now. This guy sticks in, the chief never showed that tape of the Rodriguez sticking the gun in Osborne's stomach. You can see him, you can't see him sticking his gun in his stomach, but you can see him reholstering it. Also, when it comes time for the police chief, have we ever had a black police chief in Barstow? Does anybody know? Mr. Nobles, you might know. Have we ever had a black? Never. So Clifton Harris, a friend of mine that's got that newspaper out in that black newspaper, is a very good friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for 10 years, and I asked him, will you run? This guy was out there in Newberry Springs, and I'm not saying to hire him because he's specifically black, but we have a lot of black in the community, and it does have a tendency to make a difference. His name's Clifton Harris, and so I'm hoping when the time comes to open up that for the police chief that we can consider him, because he's really a great guy. He's been a friend of mine. He's got a good sense of humor. He's so honest. And to be my friend and be in politics, you got to be honest. And once I catch you lying, you're not my friend anymore. It's just that simple. So, you know, I want to thank you for at least recognizing, just do the right thing. That's what I'm saying. Do the right thing. You'll have no problem with me, and I'll support you 100%. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Still.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Brown, speaking on item 3, public appointment.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Item 3 is kind of vague. You really don't know which, if you're hiring for a police chief or you promoting a police chief or you talking about bringing back Espinoza. It's, like I said, it's kind of vague. And I understand the Brown Act violation. But I look at it like this. If you're going to promote, to me, that's a bad idea because it's trouble in the police department. It's like cancer right now. Now, if you're going to go out and put it out to the public, to me, that's the best option. And a lot of people that I talk to and run into, they prefer that you do that. And what you do with Espinoza, that's something on you. Y'all do that. But I say go out and hire, just like you did for the city manager. Because, like I said, the police department is cancer right now. And y'all all know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I was wondering, basically, you have closed session and you report out on some items, and then you go back into another closed session after the meeting. Is there any chance that the city attorney could read out that separate? Because it doesn't seem like, to me, that what you've done, the second closed session, is being read out. And I don't know if you're doing it, but there should be a way to distinguish a closed session from the last meeting and a closed session from this meeting. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Ms. Virginia Brown, speaking on item 3, public appointment.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Tonight, I have a question about number 3. I, too, am a little confused about it. It says public employment. English terminology means somebody being employed. If we're discussing someone who's already employed, it would not be public employment, it would be public employee, meaning a conversation regarding an already current employee. But when you put it out as a public employment conversation, it appears to the public that you are going to go there and discuss possibly hiring someone for this position. So since it's implying you're employing someone, I agree with Mr. Brown and with a lot of the people we have talked to. There are a lot of qualified applicants out there. I know several I worked with at the men's prison. They've worked with ICE. They've worked at the Adelanto Federal Prison. They are out there. And I know that they'd come here. I know that they care about our town. They have family and friends here, and they'd be more than willing to be hired in. So if that's what you're looking to do, I would appreciate, and I know the public would appreciate, if you went out just like you did with our city manager, and just like we've always done with other positions, let's really go out and look for someone. Because if you have a rotten apple sitting on top of a bowl of fruit, all of that toxic chemical yuck seeps down and it damages all the other fruit under it. And I'm not going to name names because that's not what I do. But there are a lot of toxic, messed up fruit in that bowl. And if we're just going to keep raising that fruit to the top we're just putting more rotten fruit on top of the good fruit that's coming in. We need to stop it. We need to bring someone in who basically doesn't know where all the bodies are buried. Because if I have something to hide and you bring in someone that's been working under me who also knows what's been going on, it is in their best interest to continue to hide the bodies. Let's stop hiding bodies. Let's bring someone in who's going to stop placing bodies. Let's stop with all this nonsense of, well, they've been here forever. Let's just keep promoting from within. Let's do it right. Let's reach out, if that's what this really is, which is what it implies. If not, let's change the wording. It's not public employment. It's a public employee conversation, a reinstatement conversation, or it's a determination conversation. It's not public employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
And our last speaker is Mr. Gilbert Asa on item 2, conference with legal counsel.
Welcome, Mr. Asa.
How you doing? Welcome, Captain. Well, here's my thought. You come at the county and you come at the city employees. You ask them to be confronted, to be open, be, what is it, out in the open to let the citizens of Barstow know exactly what's going on. Now, responsibility of an action of a city employee that the citizens of Barstow has not appointed that Mr. Espinoza. He is going through, the DA is checking him out. That's besides the point. What about the person that he did the damage to? Why do they have to suffer and wait for that litigation, for that to go on? You just opened yourself up for a possible lawsuits. And one of them would be from me, because the action of that officer and the chief of police and the city manager who you guys appointed up there, that means you're responsible for any damages that officer or that city manager did. I understand he's being investigated for the mishandling funds and everything else, but that's got nothing to do with me and the damages that was caused to me and my fiance. Lying over reports and covering for officers, that's perjury. That is considered perjury. And as a city manager and the city council, you should be responsible and held accountable for any damages that city manager did, because you appointed it, not the citizens. The city council did. And to know that the city attorney had common knowledge of it, because I've been dealing with this since 2019, when Julie Hackbar was the mayor. I also have text messages from Paul Courtney to set up a meeting with that city manager. I was also invited, Councilman Tex Williams, to the meeting. He denied him to be in that room with me. And this was before he became a city councilman. So you should be accountable for any damages that he has done.
Thank you, Mr. Asa.
We have no more comment.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. At this time, I'll call for a motion, a second, to go into closed session.
So moved.
I have a first by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by the Mayor Pro Tem Rose. I'll call for the vote.
And motion carries 5-0.
from tonight's meeting, the council considered item 1 regarding conference with labor negotiator, provided direction to staff and council, and took no reportable action. On item 3, the council considered public employment, which does refer to a present position under the way state law frames these. Public employment, the present position of police chief, not interim police chief. The council provided direction to staff and council and took no reportable action. Item 2 regarding potential initiation of litigation for 2 potential cases was deferred until after the meeting. And the council may also further consider aspects of item 3 as well after the meeting. No reportable action is expected on either of those. And I'll note, to report out from last meeting, the council considered public employment regarding similarly the, at that time, interim city manager and police chief and public safety director, and took no reportable action. The council also considered one other item after the open session meeting ended. Give me a moment. That was the labor negotiations, real estate negotiations, and also there provided no direction, took no reportable action rather. And that item is on tonight's open session agenda regarding the Lewis Group. And also considered the fire negotiations labor item. There too provided direction to staff and council and took no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will call our regular session for March 3rd, 2025 to order at 7:04 p.m. May we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to have J.T. Fernandez, please come to the microphone, with Barstow Youth Football.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing for our prayer. We're going to have Pastor Jovel from Mojave Desert Christian Church. Welcome.
Would you bow with me in prayer? Our Father God, as we gather here this evening, we ask you to bless each of the city managers and councilors and the representatives that are here, the mayor, all the people that are employed in this city. Father, we ask you to touch their hearts and lives. We ask you to bless and help each one as we struggle with the things of life on a daily basis. Lord, you know the problems that exist. You know the lives that are here. You know the things that need assistance. I pray that you'll touch each one. We ask you to bless our children in the schools, in the school system, Father. Help them to teach so the children will learn. Help us all as a community to grow in our understanding and our love and respect for you. I'd ask you to repeat the Lord's Prayer with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Thank you. And for a point of order, I did those two out of order. Madam Clerk, will we have the roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and handing it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the code of ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Your review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, adding items, or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and/or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including the Government Code Section 54954.2, Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by majority vote and allowing items that arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than 2/3 of the council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. At this time, I call for a motion on the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda, but I would like to pull item number 12.
13.
Hold on. Let me find number 12. Well, yeah, but you want to table. We don't want-
And I also want to pull item number, I believe
13.
it's 13. 13?
13 to table.
the table.
So if
So
I
you want to pull
Yes, so-
12 out of consent?
I would like to, okay, so I'd like to go ahead and motion. I'd like to pull item number 12 out of consent and table item number 13.
Okay, I have a first by the Mayor Pro Tem Rose. And the second by Councilmember Williams, and that is by pulling 12 out of consent and tabling number 13. I'll call for the vote. I'm sorry, I had a request to speak by Councilmember Hernandez.
No.
Okay, vote, please.
A motion to approve the agenda passes 5-0 with pulling item 12 for further discussion and tabling item 13.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into presentations. Our first is a certificate of recognition for the Barstow Community Football and Cheer. I'm going to ask the council to please step up front.
Mayor and council, as you make your way to the center, I'll begin calling the names of our Barstow Community Football and Cheer guests. Cassandra Hooker, which is the chapter AD, Cheer Director Dee Dee Kriegler, Cheer AD Yvonne Lopez, Commissioner Nathan Hawkins, Head Coach Tiny Mite JT Fernandez, AD Tiny Mite Priscilla Fernandez, Head Coach Sophomore Nathaniel Stone, AD Sophomore Jessica Aragon, Head Coach Freshman John Hoffner, AD Freshman Brandy Thompson, and Head Coach Sophomore Justina Kriegler. Was like,
Is this the group we missed last time? Oh, okay. Well, welcome. All right, want to welcome everyone here. And I believe, who's speaking with this group? Come over here. Tell us about your group, Coach.
All right, sir, City Council members, citizens of Barstow. This past season, 2024, was a blessed season. I got to step up and run the whole organization, and we had all 4 teams make it to the Super Bowl. 3 won the Super Bowl, so I wanted to recognize the coaches and the ADs of those Super Bowl wins, plus the amazing staff that we have that allows the program to operate fluidly every year. And I just want to thank Barstow for coming out supporting, parents coming out supporting. You know, our season starts in June and runs all the way up till the weekend before Thanksgiving. So it's very long and hard and a lot of practices, a lot of traveling. But I just want to thank the citizens of Barstow. I want to thank the mayor, the city council. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I give all props to my mentor of youth football. I don't know if I'm allowed to say his name, but he's no longer wearing his Dallas Cowboy T-shirt and shorts, but he's looking good. None other than John Tex Williams. He's taught me everything that I know, and he continues to pour into me when I have questions. But I want to thank him. Now he's the city council. I can't hang out at his house anymore. All right.
Well, yeah, we're going to do worse than that. We're going to let him speak, unfortunately. Why don't you go ahead and hand him out?
Oh, sign up starts soon. Okay. It's already started. Okay. The head coach from the high school, please get up here with us. Come on, your family, get up here. Come on. It was very hard stepping down. It was very difficult, but I knew I couldn't do both, and so I wanted to do the right thing for the people and give up something I've been doing for 30 plus years. But what I want to say is to my favorite son, I've been around this thing a long time, and I've coached everyone in this room except maybe a couple people, and I couldn't have given this program to a better man, a better boss, because this is the real boss, and appreciate what they've done. But I don't think anybody realizes what we've done in the past 20 years. That's consistently wind for the city of Barstow. This is about all of us, not just a couple of us. Everyone in this room, everyone in this city, this is your program. It's the same thing with this is your council. And what an honor for the head coach to have a great season, our youth having a great season, and putting this all together. And let's not forget the girls, the cheerleaders, because without them, we don't get that fire. So to all you families, to everyone here tonight, it's an honor and it's a privilege to share this moment with you. And to our mayor, our pro tem mayor, and our council, we are winners. And right here is surrounded by winners. And real quick, if we can, coaches, all the coaches who won the Super Bowl, before I give this to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. So, the Tiny Mite coach, Coach JT Fernandez, the last time the Tiny Mites won the Super Bowl, he coached them. He came back this year and took them straight to the Super Bowl. Came out of retirement and came back. And he's coaching the Tiny Mites again this upcoming year. Then we got Coach John. He's been with us for a couple of years. He was down at the Tiny Mites. He moved up to freshman, took his team to the Super Bowl this year also. Then the favorite son. Now I don't understand this. I was trying to catch him, but then I lost this year. But Coach Stone, this is his 4th straight Super Bowl that he won this year. 4 straight. So every year he's taking his team. And this year he went undefeated all the way through the season, and then ran the playoffs and then ran the Super Bowl. So I hate seeing him go. I know he'll still be around, but he's off to bigger and better things with Coach Lee Leme up there at the high school. But then again, I couldn't be remiss, as Coach Tex said, the cheerleaders, they won all first places. 3 first place at the cheer competition and 1 second place at the cheer competition. So we went on the field, they went on the sidelines, then go and beat up on everybody in the competition, which is their Super Bowl also.
It always starts at home, so I just want to say thank you to the parents that bring your children faithfully to this wonderful organization. What you see in front of you is you see leaders, you see coaches. But what they're doing is, they want to win that Super Bowl, but they're building character, and they're building teamwork. And I love that about this program, because not only the football players, but the cheerleaders, you're building everything that you want to see in your child when they grow up. And they're doing this through this program. So hats off to each and every one of you. Thank you for doing what you do for our community and for the future of our community, and this is our youth. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you to all the parents, the coaches, the time you give to our kids. Thank you.
She was on the field the whole day because she's also our chapter medic, her and Miss Shoemaker. So she goes from 5 o'clock in the morning until about 4:30 in the afternoon. She's out there being an AD, then turns on her medicat and be running back and forth on the field for them hurt kids.
All right, the one thing that I want to tell everybody about is that not only are we building young men and women, but we're also giving them experiences that they never had before. This year, we were able to give them the opportunity to go to a professional football game, to go watch the Chargers play. And then after they watched the Chargers play, they actually got on the SoFi field and had an experience of being on a professional football field. So sometimes that is the only opportunity that the child may ever get to go to a professional game, and we were able to do that this year. Today, I signed a deposit and a contract for us to go again this year. So thank you for your support.
All right, sir, I don't know if this is legal, but I'm going to do it anyway. So from Barstow Community Youth Football and Cheer, we wanted to present you this conference picture of 2024 to the city. Now, you can take it home and hang it in your room, but it will present it to the city. That's last year's. That's the whole conference picture of all the kiddos, cheerleaders, coaches, and staff. But I wanted to give that back to the city for all y'all's support. Then, of course, again, y'all get another Super Bowl ring. Y'all got as many as Coach Stone.
For the record, it'll be hung at City Hall.
thought we was doing these. What are these?
Sorry? Oh, that's for an event next week, a couple weeks. The ROK, the Kids Rock thing.
Okay.
Okay, we have another presentation. This one is representative from Route 66 Museum, Brendan O'Brien.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor, and entire community of Barstow. My name is Brendan O'Brien, and I represent the California Route 66 Museum. And as you're probably all aware, the museum had closed in June 2024 last year at the Harvey House. And we pulled a group together. We were devastated to find this out. And so we pulled a group together to reopen the museum. And I'm here tonight to, one, reconfirm that the date, March 22nd, that Saturday coming up, starting at 10 o'clock, we're going to have the ribbon cutting reopening ceremony. And as part of that ceremony, I had a couple special requests, but before asking any participation from the City Council, I did want to give a little bit of background because, as everyone knows, the Route 66 Mother Road has been key cultural and historic landmark in Barstow, celebrating the legacy of America's most iconic highway. And in June 24, I mentioned the museum was closed down, which we also operate the museum in Victorville, California. And a lot of the feedback that we're getting for travelers that coming from around the world, we have probably 50% of the people that are coming to the museum are from parts of Europe and Asia. And one of the biggest comments that was made is that they're devastated that the Mother Road Museum was closed. And next year, 2026, is the centennial, the 100-year anniversary for the Mother Road. And it was devastating to a lot of people to find out that there wasn't going to be a Mother Road Museum to honor Barstow and this portion of the road for that time. I do want to thank the Mojave River Museum. They've gone to great extents to help us get and pull some artifacts and memorabilia back into the museum that when we went into the museum, it's completely empty. And so we're kind of starting over, and we've been getting a lot of help from community Barstow, as well as Victorville and some other neighboring cities. As part of the ceremony, we reached out to one very popular son of Barstow, that's Robert Peterson. He just happens to, coincidentally, his birth was in September 1926, and he would be 100 years old next year. If you're not familiar with who Robert Peterson is, he started Hot Rod Magazine, Guns and Ammo, probably about maybe 40 other magazines that were eventually ended up in the Hearst family's hands. And they're going to be out here as well. So I wanted, from the museum's perspective, wanted to present kind of a tributary to his life and his connection with Route 66, and that he's really promoted a lot of car enthusiasts, and would invite the city, would like to partner with the city to extend and really expand on that, the plaque that we're going to give them. And one of the things that I was hoping that we could get from the city is, one, I was hoping that I'd like to invite the whole entire city council member and staff to the event, and hopefully we can get some participation. We have invited some car clubs, and we've had significant support from the Chamber of Commerce group led by Eugene Bertucci. He's pretty much 2 degrees separation from everybody, it seems like, in the whole entire Southern California area. But he's done a great job on helping us connect with folks in the area to not only promote and bring awareness to the event, but also reach out to a couple other folks. Some of the elected officials that are likely going to be there is the San Bernardino County Supervisor Don Rao, and we've extended an invitation to Jay Olbernolte's office, and we're checking to see if he can confirm. So the event's going to be pretty interesting. We're drawing quite a crowd already, and we're going to have food trucks working with the county to make sure that everyone is compliant. We're going to have live entertainment. There's numerous renditions of "Get Your Kicks" on Route 66. You know, we have Nat King Cole and a couple other famous renditions. There's also one out by a local band, Depeche Mode, local band. It's a popular band, Depeche Mode, and then there's a local cover band that's going to be here to play "Get Your Kicks" on Route 66 live at the event. So, in addition to honoring Robert Peterson, we have quite a few things happening that day. A couple of things that I request from the city. There's going to be about 10 to 15 tables of vendors, small business vendors. A lot of them are coming from out of the city. If we can get some help to waive or help with the business license fees so that they can sell some of their mugs or T-shirts, that would be really appreciated. We'd also like to see if we could get additional advertisement or help through the city, if that's possible, get on the calendar, help through the economic development group. And we're already working with the press, the PR team that I guess works with the city. Just want to make sure that we're in lockstep with the messaging, so it's exactly how the city wants to present itself. And so I need a contact for who I should be working with on the press release. So in closing, I just want to thank the City Council for first entertaining the idea to reopen the Route 66 Museum. I think it's amazing. The Harvey House is a great place for it, and much appreciation for that. Much appreciation for folks in the city that have stepped up, like Eugene, and other people that really can make this thing happen. And there's a lot more that is coming from this, because we have the Southern California Tourism Board that is going to be in attendance, and I'm working with them to try and bring in their annual summit for tourism. And in that summit will be 40 to 50, they call them buyers, for all the tours in Southern California. So this will be a kind of a showcase to see if we can lock them in for that type of visibility, which will really help with tourism to Barstow. And I think that this ceremony is going to go a long ways to build tourism and bring a whole bunch of people to the city. Thanks in advance, and I'll stay through the entire city council so that I can hand out my information and make sure that I can connect with the right people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And with that, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on all matters on the consent calendar. Speakers are asked to limit their comments on the consent items to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez, speaking on item 11, which is the approval of contract for the Barstow Cemetery restroom project.
He's scooting in.
He has declined on speaking on this item, and with that, I'll go ahead and read our consent.
Yes, thank you.
Item 6 is the minutes for the regular meeting held November 18, 2024 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 7 is the minutes for the joint special meeting held December 2nd, 2024 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 8, the minutes for the regular meeting December 16th, 2024 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 9, the ratification of accounts payable expenditures. The recommended action is to approve and ratify expenses as audited for checks 98437 through 98570, totaling $3,405,553.30, and wires 1086 through 1097, totaling $291,900.62, per the agency breakdowns as follows. City, $3,519,589.04. Fire, $177,864.88, for a grand total of $3,697,453.92. Item 10, the second reading of ordinance of the City of Barstow amending Section 2.04.010 regarding the meeting time and place of the City Council. The recommended action pursuant to requests of the mayor, adopt the proposed ordinance number 1028-2025. Item 11, the approval of contract amendment number 2 to the agreement related to ARPA funds for Barstow Cemetery restroom project. The recommended action is staff recommends the City Council, 1, to approve amendment number 2 to the contract between San Bernardino County and the City of Barstow for the Barstow Cemetery restroom construction project that will extend the obligation period to May 31st, 2025. And 2, authorize the city manager to sign and execute amendment number 2 to the contract between San Bernardino County and the City of Barstow for the Barstow Cemetery restroom construction project. And that is the end of the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see no request to speak from council and no questions. So with that, I will call for a vote on the consent calendar.
Motion to the consent calendar.
Motion? I'm sorry, who was the, Councilmember Hernandez, was that?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a first from Councilmember Hernandez, second from Councilmember Noble. Call for the vote.
And the motion to approve items 6 through 11 on consent passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll go on to deferred with number 12, which is an amendment to fiscal year 24-25 public available pay schedule. The recommended action, staff recommends the City Council adopt Resolution 5199-2025, approving the amended public available pay schedule, Attachment A, for fiscal year 2024-2025, with the effective date of February 18th, 2025. Staff?
So what's before you is an adjustment to the public available pay schedule that reflects a couple of adjustments that are detailed in the red line in the packet. Those adjustments include the hiring of the new city manager, who will start her service with us on March 10th after her appointment on February 18th. It also reflects with that new hire the automatic shift in the prior interim city manager, public safety director, and police chief per his contract back to simply police chief, and reflecting there the adjusted pay effective February 18th, both per contracts as previously approved by the City Council. And it also reflects, that's reflected on page 87 of the packet. Page 86 of the packet reflects the deletion of the Director of Public Safety, Chief of Police. And page 85 reflects the deletion of the police chief among the standard employee classifications, and the shift instead to be on page 87 regarding the contract positions. With that, staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
So the reason I pulled it is because I wanted to kind of highlight exactly what this is. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment when when the time comes.
See no other questions, council. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
Not on item 12, no, ma'am, sir.
Okay, any further questions? With that, I'll call for a motion second so we can go in discussion. I have a motion by Councilmember Noble.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose, you're in the queue for discussion.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm really, I think that we're all looking forward to having our new city manager come on board. And just wanted to again highlight that how everything reverts back to the way it was with the police chief having one single title, one salary. But I would be remiss if I would say that I'm not in favor of that contract. And so I'm sad to see that there's only a difference, a very small difference between what the police chief is getting paid versus our city manager. Thank you.
Seeing no other request for discussion, I will call for the vote.
And the motion to approve item 12 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Item 13 being tabled, we'll move on to item 14. Amendment for the professional service agreement with PlaceWorks, Inc. for consulting services associated with the general plan update. The staff's recommended action. Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. I was just reading that there is no recommended action on this item for some reason, but Mr. Mayor and Council, what you have before you tonight is an augment adjustment to the PlaceWorks, who is a consultant for the city in doing the general plan update. The augment is the reason or the request for an augment, which means that we want to, they're asking for additional funds, is because during this process, the general plan is a long-term document. It goes over multiple different elements inside of a general plan, and the reason why the augment is there is because we are now analyzing the BNSF project as part of the general plan, and with that is incurred some additional costs because at the beginning, when we first received our proposal, the BNSF big project was just a hypothetical project, and now that project has become real, and so all the documents and time that is required to build that into the general plan is requiring additional work from the consultant. With that, the total physical impact is $242,751 for the augment, and then staff's recommended action is to approve the augment. And one thing to note is that we do have a reimbursable agreement with BNSF for any of the additional costs that we're incurring. They are paying for that incurred cost. And that concludes my presentation, and if there's any questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councilmember Hernandez.
The only thing I wanted the public to know is that we are being reimbursed, because that was the primary concern in regards to the big project. So before I asked the question, you answered it, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So, Mr. Helder, thank you for verbally saying what the difference is, but that really should be on fiscal impact, that, you know, I shouldn't have to pull out my phone and do it real fast to see what the fiscal impact is. So in future, when there is a fiscal impact, I really like to, once again, see it under fiscal impact. And I believe the recommended action is on the next page. So because we really do have to have some kind of recommended action, and it is on the next page. Do you mind if we could read that?
Yeah, I'll read that. And one thing to note is, I believe why the physical, I don't know, but I believe why the fiscal impact was not stated on here. Should have said see attachment A in the fiscal impact. If you flip back 2 more pages, you'll see the entire breakdown of what that exactly includes with the augment. But nevertheless, we could have put the number on there and said also see attachment A for further detail. But staff's recommended action is to approval of the attached professional service agreement augment with PlaceWorks for the general plan update and associated tasks.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble.
Hey, just a quick question. With the additional augment, that covers 12 months? Does it cover 24 months?
It will cover the entirety of the project until they
The
finish.
whole project?
Yeah, so the staff we budgeted for our general plan with the price proposal approximately 18 months to 24 months ago. We've been budgeting accordingly to pay for the general plan update. Along that time, the BNSF project has moved forward. So we've asked PlaceWorks to do peer review and to review some of the documents that the BNSF, their team has presented. And so that's what the additional cost is for. But BNSF is recouping or repaying us for all those incurred costs. So there is no time limit. It's more of an open-ended until the project is completed.
All right, thank you.
See no more questions. Any questions from the public?
We do. Our first speaker is Miss Virginia Brown.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Virginia Brown, Barstow, California. I appreciate you answered a lot, and Mr. Noble got a couple. But if I'm understanding this, because I want to make sure that I understand it and others understand it, it was not initially this expense, so it wasn't budgeted in our initial cost analysis for what we were putting out for the year, correct? Okay, so now we're making adjustments to it. They're going to repay us, but are they going to repay us each and every time we spend it, or is it going to be over time? We get to the final end and we go, okay, this is what we owe, and this is what we paid, and now are you going to pay us back at the end? Or are they going to pay us per section? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, anytime.
Any further requests?
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Mike Hernandez, Barstow, California. When this project was put together, was there a general cost that we were going to pay to have the general plan redone? Then Santa Fe with the big projects added everything else to us. She asked you a good question, you never did answer. How do we get paid back? Do we get paid back? You just shook your head but didn't say anything, so I'm kind of curious. Do we get paid back monthly, yearly, or how do we get paid back? Because this is money, if we're fronting this is money out of the general fund. We can't afford to be doing this too long. So what is the payback time frame? Can I get an answer?
This is public comment. Your comments, please.
It's public comments?
Stop the clock for a minute, please. Yes, public comments, direct questions to council. Council will come back to questions and direct staff to answer. But we want you to use your 3 minutes for your time.
Okay, well then, let me get to
Thank you.
the gist of this. Thank you. What happened to the cannabis? It was supposed to have a general report on the cannabis. A motion was made, a second, nothing came back to give the public a general idea of what is the status of this cannabis project. And Carmen made the motion, Tex seconded, over a month ago. Nothing's come back saying what the status of the project is.
I need you to stay on item number.
Oh, wait a minute, you said it was public comments.
Public comment.
Which one is it?
This is public comment for this item,
Okay, not general public comment.
not general. Public
Okay.
comment for this item.
I'm sorry, I got confused. So what's the status of this? When do we get paid back? How do we get paid back? Nobody wants to answer? It's an item on the agenda.
Stop his timer, please. Again, we'll come back to council after you have your 3 minutes, and council will give direction to staff to answer questions.
Okay, so that's gonna be, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have no more comment on item 14.
Okay, bring it back to council for questions. I'm going to start, go ahead and, Mr. Hildreth, answer the question on the structure for payback.
So the city of Barstow, whenever we receive our bill monthly from PlaceWorks, the company PlaceWorks, they send us a bill every month based on the work that they provided for that month. The city then in turn takes that bill, and Sydney can correct me if I'm wrong, but we take that bill and almost prior to we even paying the invoice for PlaceWorks, and we automatically bill BNSF. BNSF then turns around and we go through their process, which now it's relatively fast. Sydney can give us a breakdown on how fast they pay us, but we get paid back, we bill BNSF monthly, and we get our reimbursed monthly, and we pay the vendor monthly.
See no other requests to speak or questions from council. I'll call for a motion in a second.
So
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Hernandez, a second from Councilmember Noble, and I'm going to, it took away my screen here. Did anyone have discussion? Okay. Well, I do. So I just want to clarify for the public again, as I explained on December 16th, this is a council meeting. You address the council. Council will come back to question after your question. We will do our best to have staff answer your questions. If your questions do not get answered, you're going to beat up on the council, not the staff. We'll call for the vote.
A motion to approve item 14 passes 5-0.
That we move on to item 15, approval amendment number 1 to the exclusive negotiation agreement with Lewis Land Development, LLC, through its assignment by Lewis Acquisition Company, LLC. Our recommended action from staff. Staff recommends the approval of amendment number 1 to the exclusive negotiation agreement with Lewis Land Developers, LLC, through its assignment with Lewis Acquisition Company, LLC. Who is presenting this?
So this item is a proposed amendment to an existing exclusive negotiating agreement between the city, and it was originally with the Lewis Acquisition Company, LLC, subentity of the Lewis Group. They assigned it as permitted by the council-approved exclusive negotiating agreement from Lewis Acquisition Company, LLC, to the present Lewis Land Developers, LLC, and the amendment is proposed amendment is with Lewis Land Developers. They're all still owned by the Lewis Group. The ownership is the same. Shifting from one LLC to another is intended to facilitate an easier approval process. The proposed exclusive negotiating agreement is to account for a deposit of $15,000 by the Lewis Group and additional funds as needed to be used to pay for the city's costs for consultants, staff time, attorney time regarding the proposed acquisition of land from the Bureau of Land Management from the federal government. Similar to the prior item with the reimbursement for placeworks costs, this is about setting up that agreement with Lewis Land Developers to have the Lewis Group reimburse the city for those costs incurred for that project. The amendment is clear that nothing is to be refunded if the project is not approved. It's a payment for costs incurred as the city incurs costs for consultants, attorneys, and staff. There's no promise of any approval. Approval is uncertain because it's uncertain. It is also, in terms of where we are at the basic level, the proposal is to work with the Bureau of Land Management regarding land in the Lenwood area that, if the federal government approves, could be transferred to the city and then in turn transferred to the Lewis Group under an appropriate disposition and development agreement as approved by the council, if and when negotiated, for a development project, likely a mixed-use project with a mix of residential, commercial, perhaps some school uses, perhaps other governmental uses. The expectation, and what staff will recommend wholeheartedly to the city, to the council rather, is that the Lewis Group will pay full price for the land, whatever the BLM charges, plus the city's costs in incurring the project as reimbursed through this agreement if approved, plus an appropriate infrastructure fee. The amount is very much to be determined as we are negotiating with BLM under the existing exclusive negotiating agreement and would continue to do so now, looking at incurring costs with consultants, attorneys, and staff. And the expectation is to, or the recommendation rather, is to approve the proposed amendment in order to set up a mechanism to reimburse those costs incurred for the project. And I'll ask Mr. Hildreth to cover anything I've missed. Oh, and last thing I'll note, nothing is yet approved. There is no deal approved in terms of a final land acquisition from the federal government, nor transfer to the Lewis Group, nor actual approval of any development project. The city cannot approve any development project until we go through environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, and here, likely the National Environmental Policy Act, We also don't yet have a deal with BLM. This is an exclusive negotiating agreement, an agreement to negotiate with the Lewis Group regarding a potential project. It is not yet approval of a project. That would come only later if and when desired by the council and after appropriate public hearings and review and environmental review. This is a likely several-year process.
Any questions to staff from the council? Councilmember Williams.
The Lewis Group is not building homes, am I correct? It's developers and with the Lewis Group.
Yeah, my expectation is that they would then get the entitlements in place, which would mean they would secure approval to build homes, and then they would sell either in one large piece or in smaller pieces to builders who would then, home builders who would then build.
So they're working with the developers to bring these homes to the city.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Can they transfer this ENA to another party? I know they've already transferred it within their own.
If they transfer it to a party who
Investment group.
isn't fully owned by the Lewis Group, then they would need city consent. If they transfer it among LLCs they own, then they do not need city consent.
Right, but I'm saying they can transfer this to someone else.
Yeah, if they sell it to somebody else, they could do so, but they need city consent.
No, I mean even the approach to working with BLM.
In other words, can they transfer the exclusive negotiating
Yeah,
agreement to
it's
another entity?
exclusive, yeah, to someone other than themselves.
Yes, they could, but with city consent.
Okay. And I wanted that clarification. Because I understand this is for economic growth. And my question to Chris is, there's no guarantee, right? And as to time frame, is that my understanding?
Correct. I'll elaborate just a little bit more.
Okay.
The reason why we're bringing this before you also, besides all the items that Matt laid out, is we have been in conversations with Congressman Obernolte, who has talked to the new director of BLM, and this property has been put into the BLM district's fiscal year to start the process to transfer that property into the city of Barstow. It's still, as Matt described, it's still a 2-year process, potentially 3 years.
Okay.
But they do have that in their job scope for the fiscal year of 25, and that's why we have brought this back, is because it was a hypothetical project, and we were not incurring any cost except for time from staff of listening to this hypothetical project. Now that it's actually been put into the BLM's time frame that they're going to start working on it this year, the city will start to incur cost, particularly Mr. Summers' time with the lawyers going over the agreements and working on that. Plus, there's going to be consultants that are going to be brought in to help this process as well. And we want the city to not incur any cost, and that's why that amendment's coming before you, so that the Lewis Group will make a deposit and we will bill against that. Whenever the funds start to run out, we will ask them for another deposit, and we'll continue on until the property is either transferred to the city of Barstow with a sale or it doesn't move forward.
I appreciate that clarification on that. So that's the intent, for the city to not incur cost and for us to be reimbursed. So that's the intent of this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hey, Mr. Helger, you mentioned the deposit of $15,000. Who determines the fee for that? Why is it only 15 versus a higher amount or even lower amount?
We basically started with that number because we don't intend on having a lot of cost up front right now, because, like I said, it's not on our time schedule. It's on the BLM's schedule. So until they start the process with reaching out to us, we're not going to incur any costs. So we want money on the books, though. But at the same time, Sydney has to account for all this money where it's sitting in an account. And so we didn't want to have too much money and we believe that $15,000 will be able to get us at least started. And then once we get started with what BLM is going to require the city to do, then we can tell them to provide us additional funds.
And do we have a mechanism to when we're gonna incur additional costs when we're at a certain level, or?
Yeah, so it's unknown at this time what that cost will actually be. The only other project that I know that has acquired BLM property is the BNSF project. But the city of Barstow did not incur any of those costs. They did a private purchase. Now that we're going through the government agency, which is the city of Barstow, and from government to government, we are going to incur costs. We just don't know what that is. So that's why it's open-ended theoretically, to where once we start to draw down to where there's a couple $1,000s left, we'll stop work until they make another deposit.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. Seeing no more requests for questions from council, do we have any public?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. When this property is negotiated, if the negotiation is finished and they don't have anybody to purchase it, the property becomes Lewis's separate property, and we have no say-so on what they do with it. Is that more or less the way it is? Because, usually you have a project in mind, but this is for a speculator that's going to try to reach out to find somebody. Does he have a time frame to actually produce somebody to develop the property? Or do we just take it in on good faith and hope he does find somebody? And if he doesn't, then he gets the property outright, and we don't know what he does with it. In other words, we're changing the style of business that we're doing. We're going into getting property for speculators instead of property for developers. And what we need is developers. And yet, you've entered into this agreement. We entered into an agreement years ago in the golf course, and we lost our butt up there because the guy turned around and sold the property to somebody else, and the city lost out on it. So if he owns the property outright, he can sell it to somebody else, and we lose out. We have no guarantees on it, on anything, other than he might do something. And you're going into this project with a maybe. You can't run business like that on a maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Bring it back to council for questions. I see no council members in there. Mr. Hernandez had some questions regarding any guarantees after the purchase and the time frame.
So I'll start, and then Matthew can clean up if I don't address something. The ENA is just that, as the negotiating agreement. If the city chooses to, if everything comes to fruition, which we hope it does, where they're going to transfer that property into, or the city would acquire it, the city would also, before we transfer it to the Lewis Group or sell it to the Lewis Group, we would enter into a development agreement at that time. So that the development agreement would lay out guidelines to what the city wants, and just like Mr. Hernandez said, we want this much, we want the development to happen within 3 years, we want this to happen. The city would set the guidelines. So yes, we would enter into a development agreement before we would actually sell that property to the Lewis Group. And I'll defer to Matthew or Mr. Summers.
Add a little more on that. So as noted, we have not yet negotiated the terms of the transfer because we don't own the property, nor have we secured approval for BLM to transfer the property to the city. So there is no deal yet with the Lewis Group. This is an agreement to negotiate, not the final deal. Staff would not recommend that the council approve a development agreement without, among other things, assurances as to what would be built, the zoning in place to match that plan through probably a specific plan and matching zoning, timeline and requirements to build within a certain amount of time with some reasonableness as to that, and clear requirements for, in the event of any sale or transfer, city approval required except for final sale to individual homebuyers. But any transfer within the developers will require city consent, and part of that city consent is a requirement for the buyer to show financial wherewithal to complete the obligations that they're buying. So let's say a home builder wants to buy 30 lots and build 30 homes, we would expect and require proof that they have the wherewithal to build 30 homes and the infrastructure that goes with those homes, and the requirement for the city to consent to that transfer, and a requirement for the buyer to agree to be bound by the same development agreement, plus the development agreement would run with the land, and a timeline and probably a reversionary clause if that timeline fails. All details to be negotiated, but there would be a robust development agreement in place if the council approves the project before any land is transferred. And worth reiterating, whatever price BLM charges, Lewis Group will pay. The city will not give away land. It will be full price.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews and Mr. Hildreth and Mr. Hernandez for a good question. Councilmember Noble, questions of staff.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to confirm what you said about the sale of the property, but they can't sell the property unless it comes back before council.
Yeah, we can set it at council or staff level approval on that transfer. Okay. And I'm guessing, based on this discussion, we'll probably have that at the council level when we negotiate the deal. We require council consent to a transfer other than just individual home sale.
Yes. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All right, see no more requests for questions from council. I'll call for a first and a second.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Call for the vote.
Motion to approve item 15 passes 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. We'll move on to item 16.
Mayor, before you move in, I am going to accuse myself from item number 16 based on some of the applicants are in the promotion fund.
Okay, I have a recusal from Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Williams, you're in the queue.
I'm going to recuse myself from the entire program because I was a past president, and I think it's a conflict of interest.
Okay, I have a recusal from Councilmember Williams. We ask you to please leave the dais. With that, item 16, award of Measure Q Youth Community Promotional Funds for fiscal year 2024-2025. The recommended action by staff authorize the allocation of $37,563 from Measure Q funds towards providing in-kind donations and $51,540 in field use fee waivers to the youth sports organizations. And who is taking this one?
Ms. Chelsea Phillips is going to present this item.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Chelsea Phillips. I'm the Recreation Activities Coordinator for Park and Rec. So the item I bring before you is for the award of Measure Q Youth Community Promotional Funds. As you see here, there is 7 applications. I don't want to go through them all and take up a bunch of time, but if you guys do have any questions, I will answer to the best of my ability. I do also have majority of the youth presidents here, so anything that I cannot answer, they can answer for you.
Thank you. I have Mayor Pro Tem Rose in the queue.
Can you list for the public, because name them, who are the 7 applicants?
Yeah, no problem. So I have all the applications right here. So we have Barstow Youth Soccer, Noble Strong Incorporation, Barstow Little League Softball, PXF Baseball, DCSC Soccer, Barstow Youth Football and Cheer, and Barstow Little League Baseball.
So can you repeat those one more time, because I'm missing one? I have Little League Baseball, Softball, Youth Soccer, Noble Strong, SC Soccer Club.
DCSC Soccer?
Yes.
Soccer Club?
Yes.
PXF Baseball?
I'm sorry, what was that one?
PXF Baseball. They're a club team out of here.
Thank
They're
you.
11U.
That's the one. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have other questions. So who selects? Tonight, we're being asked to just split it amongst these. Correct. But who makes the selection?
I'm not too sure who makes the selection. I just take in any applications that are brought to me.
So you take in the applications, but you don't know who makes the selections of?
I just bring them all to council and let you guys decide which ones you guys want to approve.
Okay.
So back in January, I had a meeting with all of the youth presidents. I sat down, went through the application with them, asked them if they had any questions. Personally, my goal is to everybody have some sort of funds so that their program can run accordingly. And I made sure that all the applications that were brought to me had everything within the application. So I recommended all the ones that met all the terms for the application.
Did you ever meet with Megan Cardenas, who has attempted to come here to the city to request funds for the high school?
No, ma'am. Actually, today is the first of me hearing about Megan wanting funds.
Today's the first day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I have been aware that she's been trying to get a hold of a staff member here at the city multiple times to no avail. So you just were told today.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you seen that application?
Yes, ma'am.
And because you saw it today, would you recommend that they be part of this pool?
Yes, but I would have to go through the application first to make sure they meet all the requirements.
What time were you given the application today?
I got the email about, I don't know, like 4 o'clock, maybe 3:30.
So no time to give Ms. Cardenas a fair shake for funds for this youth?
No, but I did reach out to her.
But, and I thank you for reaching out to her, because you're probably the first one that's reached out to her from the city. And the only reason, Mr. Mayor, that I'm bringing this up is because we have some community members that come to the city to seek funds that are available. And these funds should be spread out evenly and impartially. But yet, there's more than one that's being shut away, just turned away, and I don't agree with that. So I appreciate your candor, and I will speak more when we discuss this on how we're going to deal with that one. Also, are you aware that the Community Promotional Fund Measure Q that we're giving away is in rules and policy, and that we're revamping that policy?
Correct. I went to Rules and Policy, and we didn't discuss it that night, but I was there.
Why didn't we discuss it?
I'm not too sure. I was just told to be there.
We did discuss it because we were given something that was inadequate, and we could not discuss it because we had nothing in front of us. So I appreciate that. So my question would be, you said that there were, in this thing, that there were 7 applicants. But the recommendation is to fund 6 of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one would we not be funding?
So not that we wouldn't be funding them now, it's just we are waiting on documentation. That'll be Little League Softball. We're just waiting on their 501c3 to be cleared through the IRS.
And so if so they're not one of the applicants that we're being asked to approve tonight?
Correct. So there would be, we're just waiting on, they're the only one that left that I need their 501c to be cleared. I've spoke with Selena, and her and her tax lady are working on it, and I told her as soon as she provides me those correct documentations, I can bring their application back to council to get approved.
For how much?
Little League Softball field usage would be $9,600, and in-kind donation would be $1,595.
I would like to add one thing. Council can give direction, so we don't have to come back. If the council so desires, they can give direction that once the 501c3 does clear, that we can go ahead and appropriate those funds. That's if council makes that motion for that to happen.
And I would add the council could also direct staff to review and confirm compliance for the applicant that was, I guess, received today, and pre-approve that, subject to staff confirmation, if the council so desired.
And I'm going to be recommending that, absolutely. So it's saying here that the Barstow Little League Baseball is waiting on receiving their determination letter.
Correct.
Have we received that?
So actually today, before I came here, their Little League president sent me something from their attorney, which I can show you if you would like. It's their business amendment filing approved, and it shows that they have been approved for their 501c3.
Normally, when we get incomplete applications, they're put off until they meet the requirements. What's different tonight?
What do you mean?
Why are we being asked to approve applications that are not complete?
Well, their application is complete. The thing is that February 1st, they filed for their new 501c3 because before it was revoked. Then on the 18th, it was processed through there. So I had called the IRS to ask them the standings on it. Unfortunately, because of the time frame, it wasn't approved, or it was in the process still, so they couldn't give me a confirm or deny. But they did tell me that normally within the end of the process, they'll get the determination letter. And then today, because they expedited, they paid for to get it expedited for their 501c3. Today, before I came to the meeting, is when I got this email for it.
Thank you. I just want to make it very clear that we're not being asked to, when we get applications for other funds, we don't even consider them until they're complete. So I wanted to ask, because I wanted to be very clear that these things are already almost there, that you have confirmed that we will have those.
Correct.
Because I just don't want to open up a can of worms and say, well, they approved somebody that wasn't complete here, but over here, they stop us.
Correct. And that's why I made sure I had these documents, because I looked in previous years of these MegaQ applications, and that's looked like that's what's happened in the past. Incomplete applications have been approved.
My question to you would be, how many of these 6 belong to the city, that they're city programs?
None of them.
None of them?
Correct.
They all belong to the Little League Baseball is its own thing.
Correct.
Softball
Is their own thing.
And
Correct.
the youth soccer and so on.
Correct.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, I see no one else requesting to speak. I have a question. So normally when we're going to approve funds, we receive, I wouldn't call it a cover page, but we show the funds available, we show the funds requested so we can balance that. Are we funding enough here to fund everybody? Do we have to?
Correct. It would be enough to fund everybody. I have that.
Okay, thank you. Have Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you, and I'm glad you brought that up, Mayor, because I was also looking for that cover sheet. And you, Ms. Phillips, you say you have that?
So yes, I have, let me pull it up here for you. Are you looking for the total that it would be for all of them? Or are you looking for how much money is actually in that account so that it's covered?
No, it would be the breakdown. For instance, Little League Baseball.
Yes, I have that right here.
They would get X amount, and then the next line would be softball, and their recommendation would be this amount. And that's what I believe the mayor was asking, because I had to write them down, but I don't know which, it's nice to have that legend. That first page is
have it right
easy
here.
to see. Would you be able to share that with us, please?
Yes, of course.
I believe you have to give it to our city clerk.
We would need to make some copies for the public, and I don't know if it's possible to get that up on the screen so the audience can see as well.
Okay, correct.
If nothing else, just run it through the Xerox. Perhaps while we're taking public comment, staff can make the copies.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I do have a question. The other 2 that didn't make the cut, I don't need to know their names or the organization, but why didn't they make the cut?
Right now, I just have the one, and that's because the 501c3 is revoked. So that doesn't make that's an incomplete application. Like it's not even in the process.
And so, because softball is already in the process.
Softball is not in the process.
Softball is out of the process.
Yeah, we are trying to, Selena's trying to work on getting that stuff through her tax lady. And so that's how I had said earlier that we can bring this back to council once she provides those documentations for me that her 501c3 is active.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see no more requests for questions from council. Do we have any? Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 8:20.
Thank you. So I do have a question because it's my understanding that we just received an application today.
Correct.
And we as a council have not seen that application. So I'm going to have to ask to see the application for all of us to make a decision. So
Yeah, I haven't even got to look over the application myself. I was very quick before I had to come here that I got to look at it. But yeah, I wouldn't want to present it to you guys without making sure all the proper documentation, things like that were in there.
So my question would be, with that particular one, and what's the name of the application?
The one that's not included on here?
The one that you just received today that I know that
It's for the Barstow High School football.
Barstow High School football, and I
Yes.
know that they have been trying to work with the city for quite some time, and it's unfortunate that we are here tonight, right? But
This is the first of me hearing that they wanted
I
to work
know,
with us.
I know, and that saddens me that this is the first time you've heard of it, because I've heard of it.
But I've already talked to Megan, so I have no problem working with her to get whatever we need to figure out so we can help support their program.
I appreciate that. So if we were to, because I'm going to, when I make the motion, I'm going to ask not for that to be part of this motion tonight, because I don't believe that this council should be blindly approving something without making sure that that's also complete. But you'll be working with her. Would you be able to have it ready for us for the next scheduled council meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. I do have a question. It's my understanding that the softball, have you seen their application?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're only asking for in-kind services for the field and lights, correct?
So they are asking for $9,600 in the use of fields for practices and games. They are also asking for $1,595, which would be in softballs and catcher's gear.
When does opening day start for softball?
March 8th.
So this one we probably should not put off because we will hurt our children.
Correct. Wouldn't want to do that. Played softball my whole life. Had a full ride to play softball in college. I completely understand. I'm just following the rules as far as making sure that we have all the correct documentation for the applications. I brought this to them in January when we had our youth president's meeting, and I've been waiting for documentation up until today.
Okay, and I'm sure we're going to hear from them tonight, so we'll find out what's going on.
No worries.
All right, thank you. That's all for right now. Mayor?
Okay, see no more requests for questions from council. Do we have any public requests to speak?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell on item 16.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you. Whoops. You know, if it's such a hard time to get these things approved, then maybe we should see about finding out who's in charge of approving it and get somebody in there that can handle business, because it doesn't excite me to find out that our kids are having a hard time getting the money. So I like the idea of, even though it's blind for the council, I think it still should be that they should tentatively approve all of them, because it's a sports deal here. We're talking about our kids. And then once they get everything done, like the city attorney says, then we approve it. Oh, listen, on closed session, I said the name Osborne, and it's Michael Carson that Rodriguez stuck his gun in his stomach. I apologize about the name on that. Where's the coach at? Boy, he's done a good job with these kids in this town, and I just, I really salute him for that because that's what it's about. It's about the kids and the seniors. I see Mrs. Fuzzy's here. Yeah, and the football thing, I mean, that should be, can't that be going in the blind and getting everything ready for that? And then if it meets criteria, then we approve them along with the rest of them, because I sure would hate to hold back on them. Is that possible, council? And let me see, I had some other notes here. Oh, the Measure Q, I'd like to find out how we are with our officers on the queue, and also have we appointed our board? And then how much is police and fire taking? And what are they doing with Measure Q? I mean, they're already getting funded by the city. It seems like they're double dipping, and this money should be going towards other nonprofits that are going to benefit the children and the seniors and the citizens. I'm not saying we're going to take away from police and fire, but I think to me they're already getting funded by the city. Now they're getting funded by this too. Is that my understanding? And it seems like they're just double dipping. And yeah, so maybe we can get that high school put and make sure that if anybody has any complaints, they start getting these things approved. Because if it's a hassle to get the things approved, then we need to put somebody in the city that can handle business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez on item 16.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. My question is basically, are they all receiving the same amount, $1,500 in kind and $9,600 for lights? And if they're not, how does that balance out? Do they all get the same amount, or do they get just what they need? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Ms. Dolores Padilla, speaking on item 16.
Welcome, Ms. Padilla.
Hello, I'm Dolores Padilla. I'm president of the Barstow Little League Baseball. First and foremost, I want to let you guys know that Chelsea is a dream to work with. We've come a long way since the previous seasons, and questions that we need, questions that we have, she's always there. She's always available. So that I want to get first and foremost out of the way. Second of all, I do want to give a bit of an explanation on our 501c3 and why we just got the letter today. We have been trying to fix it for years. I've been the president for 3 years, and it's never been in compliance. We talked to the same tax lady softball did. Unfortunately, we weren't getting anywhere, so we had to hire an attorney to file for us, reestablish our 501c3, because the attorney let us know that we haven't been in compliance since 2019. So just a little explanation on why we're just getting documents today, but we have been working on it. We've spent thousands of dollars. We've spent a lot of time, and unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we had to create a new one. So I thought I'd put that out there so that you know that it's something that we have been actively working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
Our next speaker is Ms. Megan Cardenas, speaking on item 16.
Welcome, Ms. Cardenas.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Megan Cardenas, and I'm the president of the Barstow High School Football Booster. I'm here tonight for concern of 2 applications that I put in for, and this started in the September of last year. One was for a community benefits program, and the other is a Measure Q grant for the youth program. The community benefits program I heard about last August, September, When I called City of Barstow about it, I was misguided, never got a call back. And then when I did speak with someone, they told me that the application was no longer where I could apply for it. I got other news saying that I could apply for it, that it's going to be available until all funds are run out. So I called Maribel about 3 times with no callback. I heard that the city council also said my name, so they could also call me back, which again, I did not receive a call back. I had Tiffany Gibson that really helped me out, walked me through the application process. I finally submitted in November. After I submitted it, I did not hear anything about the process. I didn't know if they received it. I didn't know anything. It was just dead silence. A few fast forward months later, I'm talking to John Tex Williams, and I'm talking about it, saying that I have no idea about what's going on with the community benefits program. He then directed me saying that we don't know if you're going to be able to apply for it. So he steered me in the direction of Measure Q. So I was like, okay, who do I need to get a hold of? He's like, Maribel. So I was like, oh, great. I don't have really good communication with her. I called her several times, no call back whatsoever. When I called Maribel, I left 3 messages. Her assistant called me, Mariah. Mariah finally called me back saying that I cannot get the application because it is no longer online. So she said that she will email it to me. She emailed me the application, but it was for the committee program. I told her that she emailed me the wrong application, was for the committee. She sent me another application that was not for the Measure Q youth program. I did not know that till today. I submitted it today. Maribel finally called me back after several months of no talking, after when she directed, send it to Chelsea Phillips. Chelsea Phillips called me within 2 hours of receiving that application. 2 hours from one person that finally I felt like my voice was heard. She called me. She said that she would sit down with me this week.
Thank you,
Can I
Mrs.
finish?
Cardenas. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Virginia Brown, speaking on item 16.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Virginia Brown, Barstow. First of all, I'm really glad to see that the Measure Q funds that the people wanted to go to our youth are going to our youth, but I would really appreciate a breakdown of all of this money as well. Who's getting it, how much they're getting it, because it'd be nice to know, are they all getting an equal share? And by equal, I don't mean they're all getting the same amount, but are they all being charged the same fees for the field usage, for the electrical on the lights, for whatever, whatever you're charging them for? We'd like to know that. Are we paying for employee time to be out there cleaning the fields, prepping the fields? What are we paying for in this field usage? The in-kind. What are we paying for in in-kind? I mean, I heard somebody say we were paying for baseballs and mitts and all that, and I was under the impression that the softball was not asking for those things, but if they're not, that's curious that there's that much money in there for an in-kind service. As far as the statement that was made that it's enough to cover all of the applicants, I want to know, does that include this young lady back here? Is she included in what's enough? And who decides what's enough? If we have the money and it's allocated for our youth, I sat here several weeks ago and heard that we had money for the seniors, but they didn't use it all, so we could use it someplace else. I believe if it's allocated for our youth, it needs to go to our youth. Enough is only when we don't have any of that money left. We weren't told, hey, let's earn it, let's keep it, let's put it in a back pocket somewhere and hold on to it. The people said, look, you got it allocated for the youth, use it. We didn't tell you go put it in an investment bank and hold on to it in a savings account. As far as returned phone calls and things of this nature, that's got to stop, because the people are depending on all of you. Now, we don't control the staff. We don't have anything to say to our city manager or our city attorney. You do. But they run the staff. They handle the business of the city and what's going on and what's not going on and when people are doing their job or not doing their job. But guess who they answer to? All of you. So it's about time that our mayor and our council hold the manager and the city attorney's feet to the fire and make sure that they are holding their employees to accountability when it comes to the public. Because the only one we can come to is you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
And our last speaker on item 16 is Selena Harmio.
Welcome, Mrs. Hermio.
Hi, I'm Selena Hermio, and I am the president for Little League Softball. With our 501c3, we were actually approved. We were good to go. We are a very small league. I register very little, probably about 100 to maybe 150 girls each season. So we are also one of the lowest fees. So we run our league very minimal. We do not ask anything from the city at this point. With our 501c3, it was flagged because we are a very low nonprofit. We do not make a certain amount as we go to apply and do our taxes and all of that stuff every season. We were only told that we had to register on the federal side because we do not qualify or make enough to have to file on the state side. So that's where it's coming from, that's the holdup. My tax lady is currently working on that now as we speak, so I should have something probably within the next 24 hours to give you guys showing that we are back in good standing. For this season, I would like to go ahead and remove the request for any of the other equipment. All I am asking is for field and lights. I have had parents and local businesses who have stepped up, who have heard our outcry that we have been crying and yelling and screaming for years. We are the forgotten league. We are the one that are bullied off the fields. Our girls are consistently told no every year. This season was the first season that I've actually had to kind of get aggressive with how things are going from city side as well as from even my own district. And at this point, when is enough going to be enough? My girls, I'm losing girls left and right. I can do so many discounts, fees, promises, waivers, everything. But the thing is it's every one of you guys looking back at me right now is the reason why I have players leaving, because they do not feel the support. City, very minimum. Barbara Rose has been our #1 supporter. She's there every opening day, every season. Barbara Rose has been the consistent out of this whole city. That and Mr. Leonard Williams, without him, I don't know where we would be. But it starts with you guys. You guys have told these kids they are not good enough and that they are worthless. What is the point? Why should they even be out here? Something has to change.
Thank you, Mrs. Hermio.
That is all the comments we have on item 16.
Okay, with that, I'm going to bring it back to council for questions. Questions can also include any applicant. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. I do have a question for Chelsea. Would I be able to ask a president? Pardon?
The president of
one of the clubs?
the applicants are on the agenda. You can ask them a question, yes.
I have a question for Ms. Jaramillo.
Yes.
So your league buys their own softballs, correct?
Yes.
And you buy the higher end, should I say, you don't buy the cheap ones that will fall apart in 3 weeks, correct?
Correct.
You buy something that the girls, the players, should have, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been told by a staff member that if we fund the balls, that you would get the cheaper balls and that you would have to return the balls at the end of the season?
From what I have been informed is we gave you guys 3 different choices of balls. With Little League softball, it is a certain type of ball, meaning the cores are different. So you buy a cheaper ball, you're gonna get a cheaper core, which they hit it once and it's done. We do stick to certain brands because they have proven I can get a whole season out of them, whether it be games or practices. I have a Rawlings ball that's lasted me 3 seasons. It just depends on the quality of it. So you want better quality that's gonna last longer, so we're not having to pay consistently out of pocket. Balls just alone for 1 dozen, it ranges between 60 to 75, just for 1 dozen of balls.
So my next question would be, so originally you were asking for some equipment for this sport.
Mhm.
And part of it was balls and catcher's gear.
Mhm.
So at the end of the season, and I already know the answer because my daughter was a catcher.
Mhm.
At the end of the season, do you think it's fair for the city to ask for that gear back because of the wear and tear? It molds to the catcher, correct? To the player.
Yes. When it comes to requesting gear back, we have no problem giving it back. The thing is that the way that we put our stuff away at the end of every season is it is cleaned, disinfected, and then it is stored a certain way within totes to protect it from weather damage and stuff like that. We try to keep it going. This season, the reason why we did request it was because every couple of years we do like to replace the gear. Little League International requires that we have updated in working good condition safety equipment, meaning equipment, catcher's gear. You can see some of if you ever come out to a game, even in MLB, you'll see gear after maybe 1 or 2 innings, it's already getting tore up.
So you're aware that, and I'll take it to football, you're aware that football helmets have to be certified every so often.
Yes,
And you're also aware that we don't ask for these helmets back, correct?
I am correct.
So I'm going to ask you this next question, and I want you, because I know where your heart is and I know where your family's heart is. I would ask you to reconsider saying that you don't want anything other than the field and the lights, because you called us out, and thank you for doing that, because we need to hear that. We need to give you what you're asking for those children. So I'm asking you to take back what you just said, that you don't want anything, because I'm a prideful woman, and I can take it back because I'm taking a stand, but let's not hurt the children. Can you please take it back and say that you are going to be asking for the additional equipment? And I'm still going to motion to give it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. My next question is going to be for Ms. Cardenas. Ms. Cardenas, can you finish telling the council what you were wanting to finish up with your story?
Yes. So after when I got with, I believe, Maribel's assistant, Maria, is it? She sent me the wrong application. I went to go ahead and submitted the application today for Maribel called me in the first time in several months stating that I submitted the wrong application that they sent me. So I cannot put in for tonight's funding at all, and I just find it really sad that it's such a dogfight that I have to do a runaround for several months to give. Our program has over 100 student athletes. Last season, so far, 5 of our student athletes received scholarships. So I'm just asking and begging you for transparency of what I need to do to help out our future.
My question to you is, and I already know the answer, The organization that you are in charge of, you also do a lot of fundraising, correct?
Yes, we do.
And this is something that that you feel that we should be giving because it is our youth. Because I feel that.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And what exactly, without us seeing the application, and that we are going to, first of all, if we didn't make the decision tonight, but we are going to make the decision for the next meeting so that we have a chance to look at the application, what exactly are you asking for?
We're asking for several line items. The first item is our huddle sideline. So that is our video equipment that we use for recruiting, game day knowledge, and just overall betterment of the game. We're also asking for helmets. These helmets are designed for less concussions, and they're designed they will have a representative come out and actually scan the player's head and get the correct padding that they need. So it's just overall better safety for our kids. We're also doing, trying to think what else, cooling systems. As you know, actually today was our first day of spring training, but we go all the way through this year. Last year we did November. Our practices are 115 degrees. So we're asking some type of a cooling system of relief. I also have, hold on, I have it, I believe, on my notes right here.
It's okay. I think that we got the gist of exactly
Yes.
what you're doing, because what you're asking for is for the safety of our children, for the future of our children.
Yes.
Because those videos, we know that we have produced somebody like TJ Husmansada. We've, and I'll only just say him, but we've produced quite a few athletes that have gone pro. And that's what we're trying to do here, correct?
Yes, Barstow has tons of talent for this little town. We're very proud.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I see no one else for questions, so at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion. I'm going to ask for some clarity in the motion because we've had discussion with, you have a question? Okay, after the motions, we will. Okay, so this time I'll call for the motion.
Mr. Mayor, so I want to make clear that the motion is going to be approving the applicants that are presented tonight. I'm also going to make the motion to include softball, to include the list that they have asked for, period.
Is that Barstow Little League?
That's Barstow softball.
Barstow softball, okay.
To include Barstow softball and move forward with these requests.
Okay, so I have a motion. The motion's to approve all groups applying for Measure Q funding as presented by staff and to include Barstow softball. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So the council was given this tonight, and I don't believe anybody else has had an opportunity to hear, to see what's on here. So I'm just going to give you, because we absolutely have to let you know what we're voting on and what we're looking at. So it's called Exhibit A, and we will make this available, correct? Is it
I
up-
believe IT staff can make that visible. It was on our screens here. Can it go on the side screens? And I'll note while staff is putting it together, it is a summary of the significant length. That's the one. Can that be on the big screens? And that is a summary of the information in the packet. Thank you.
And I do want to explain that the waivers of fee for field and lights is going to vary from sport to sport because of the amount of time that they need, that they have their schedules. Schedules are not all the same from sport to sport, so that's why the waiver of fees for field and lights are going to be different. I also want to put the in-kind service that you see the Little League softball is asking for $15.95. Baseball is asking for 0, soccer 3,123, and youth football is 31,657. And I'm assuming that Noble Strong and PFX is not asking for anything. Is that correct? Is that why there's nothing listed? Because the other one had a 0. I don't see zeros.
I think the formatting was a little bit of an error on this one, but I'll go ahead and read it off real quick, what I'm understanding here. But in-kind donation amount, Barstow Little League softball was $15.95. Barstow Little League baseball was 0. Barstow Youth Soccer was $3,123. Barstow Community Youth Football and Cheer is $31,657. Desert Community Soccer Club is 0. Noble Strong is $27.83. PXF Baseball is 0. And then the waiver of fees associated with all the organizations is Barstow Little League Softball is $9,600. Barstow Little League Baseball is $13,140. Barstow Youth Soccer is $20,840. Barstow Community Youth Football and Cheer is 0 on the waiver of fees. Desert Community Soccer Club is $8,320. And Noble Strong is 0. And then PXF Baseball is $9,240. So a total of $39,158 in-kind donation, and a waiver of fees, a total of $61,140.
Thank you. Mr. Hildreth, I just want to point it out that Barstow Youth Football is asking for $31,000, and that's to recertify their helmets, correct? Mr. Hooker?
I'll let either Mr. Hooker or Ms. Phillips explain.
Yes, ma'am. It's part of recertification. It's also purchasing new helmets. We have to purchase so many every year because the helmet life is only for 10 years. At the end of the 10 years, we have to get rid of them. You can't even use them. Along with that is, part of that is, I did request a new blocking sled. The ones that we have out there are 15 to 20 years old, and they're on their last leg. So in order to teach them teach them proper blocking and tackling techniques, we had to get a newer sled this year. So that's also part of the cost.
Thank you. So you would, because you're the feeder sport to the high school.
Yes, ma'am.
You would probably agree that the high school also needs these type of helmets.
Yes, ma'am. But as they get older, their padding is different. So what Ms. Megan was talking about, getting a scan on their head to make sure the helmet fits properly. With ours, we got bladders so we can insert air and we make sure they fit properly. But as they get older and their heads are bigger, it is good to have that scan. So if not, they're going to have a head like mine, ma'am.
Thank you so much. No, I guess the last thing that I just want to say is that for all the representatives here tonight that do so much for our youth, many more hours than we put in as council members, I can assure you that you're there day in and day out with your children. I say your children because they know your names. I just want to thank you for stepping up year after year after year. Thank you for what you do for our children and for our city as a whole.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion, Councilman Hernandez.
Not a discussion, but a question. My kids did play the baseball, the softball. My granddaughter played softball. I have attended the softball opening programs. I've always been in support of sports. I worked the stands. I made the chili. And I have always appreciated this community has always been a sports town. I happen to live across from Lillian Park. So it was nice that I could sit on my balcony and watch my kids play Little League. And those of you that have been here long enough, Straw Hat Pizza, they played for them and they were the forever champions and even got the city champions. So public should know we as a council have always been in support of youth sports. And having been one of the parents that worked, I know what it took and the time and the travel. I was so happy when they lost one time. My son should never hear this, because they were going to go to Arizona, and I had already traveled all over California. So we will continue to support youth sports. And I am so happy that Chelsea's now in charge of that. And God willing, the applications will become simpler and it will be less complicated. And for anyone that ever wants to have a question or whatever, you can call me here at the city and I will call you back. And anybody that knows me knows that I do respond. So thank you to the parents and for the community for the support. And it's so nice when nobody's complaining about us giving away money for youth. So thank you, everyone, and attend the games. That means even more to the kids when they hear those cheers, and especially for the football team. I remember when Barstow, you couldn't get into the stadium for the Aztecs to see them play. And I've seen such a change over the generations. So I, as a council member, ask you to attend the high school games. Show them your support. They need that, and it makes such a difference, and they're doing such a great job, so let's show them that we do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Sorry, I forgot to say a couple of things. I do want to tell everybody that if you're having a problem and you've hit some hurdles, please reach out to our new city manager. Reach out to each and every one of us. And it's unfortunate that we didn't get back to so-and-so, or we didn't get back to, and I say we because we represent the city. Go to the top and say, this is what's happening, and it's hurting our children. So just don't, wait until, like we have a council meeting. Come and tell us, because you have some passionate people up here. We have a coach that's now a council member. You have a mayor who totally is invested in our community. We have our Councilman Hernandez, Mr. Noble, Councilman Noble, and myself, that we are really vested in this community with our children, and we are the ones that can make it happen. So please reach out to us. And what was I going to say? And I believe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. I just want to clear up how this item was ran. So Mrs. Cardenas and Mrs. Padilla stepped up in public comment. So they were limited to 3 minutes. However, as I said, we always bring it back to council comments, and being that their groups were on the agenda, the Mayor Pro Tem or any council member was free to call them up for question. As Mr. Hooker, even though he did not speak in public comment, was on the agenda. So hopefully the public's clear as to why they were brought back up. They were limited to their 3 minutes during the comments. With that, I'm going to call for the vote.
And motion for to approve item 16 passes 3-0. And this is approving all group applicants presented tonight, including Barstow Softball Barstow Softball's list for a total of in-kind donations for all the groups of $39,158, and the waiver of fees of $61,140 as presented.
Thank you. May we please get Councilmember Noble and Councilmember Williams back in. I was going to say Mayor Pro Tem.
that bad, dude. So your head ain't that bad. 7 and an 8. 8 and 9 quarters. 9, 8. Good job, you guys. It's all about the kids. Good job.
I had a good nap.
Okay, agenda item 17, adopt city council policy memorandum 2025-20, management of confidential closed session records. Our recommended action item is adopt the city council policy memorandum 2025-20, management of confidential closed session records. And who is going to present this?
That'll be me, Mr. Mayor. What we have before you is an item that grew out of some recent events and reflects the rules and policy discussion. This is a proposed policy that would govern the management of confidential closed session records and would in sum require that records for closed sessions be limited in disclosure to those who have a need to know or as otherwise directed by the council. That closed session records is, of course, never made available to the public unless the council waives the privilege or the Brown Act or other law require the records to be made public. That both digital and physical records for closed sessions be kept securely and in the possession of the relevant authorized personnel, including not being distributed or left available in common areas or conference rooms or other unsecured locations, requiring closed session physical records like written memoranda, et cetera, to be distributed in the closed session and collected in the closed session, as is consistent with state law prohibiting recording of closed sessions, and creating a policy to report violations and investigation and consequences as the council may direct. The policy before you reflects the edits from the Rules and Policy Committee's meeting as well. And with that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Questions of staff? Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Mr. Summers, my question would be, can you confirm that you put your legal eye on this and that everything looks appropriate?
Yes, the policy as was drafted by my team, but I reviewed it. It is lawful and I would recommend its approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question on section 3.1. Authorized personnel shall mean the human resource director and human resource staff. So if a closed session item doesn't involve human resource, it involves another department head, is that department head, am I reading that wrong? Are they not privy to the closed session information?
So it would be that second sentence that picks it up. Authorized personnel for a closed session includes personnel matter would not include assistant directors in that department unless there's otherwise a role. And for any closed session that is not personnel matter that involves is another type of closed session, otherwise lawful, then the department head would be allowed in the closed session if the council and city manager agreed. And that's inherent in the first sentence of authorized personnel.
Okay, I read that as should not include. Did I read it wrong? Personnel matters shall not include the assistant of any authorized personnel director.
Right.
Okay. So just the assistant.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the department head could be included if the council so desired. The
Would
assistants of that department would not be included if the matter regarded that department.
So it wouldn't apply when the assistant is assistant city manager?
Correct. Assistants there is not assistant city manager. That's the assistants of that department.
Okay.
The
thank you.
assistant city manager gets picked up under city manager or designee. And there too, you would need council, the council would approve the inclusion of the assistant city manager if and when one is appointed.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Mr. Summers, would it be possible to make that clarification? And I know that you just said it, but I would have never assumed that the assistants, because we knew the intent, but sometimes the intent, if it's not made clear, 7 years down the road, they may still see it as assistant city manager. So can you recommend something that we can make that extremely clear?
Yeah, we would add executive ahead of assistants. So it's executive assistants of any authorized personnel or department manager or director or head or any employee, director, or manager without an official or essential role in the confidential personnel matter. And that's where the last clause, without an official or essential role, the council could ask a department head to join a personnel matter closed session if necessary or relevant.
Would it be easier if we, because executive assistants, do all assistants have that title, executive assistant? Probably not. Would it be easier just to put in parentheses, this does not include assistant city manager or assistant? Do we have any assistant department heads? I don't believe we do, correct? Mr. Hildreth?
I'm not sure of every title.
No, I do not believe so. We have managers and we have directors.
We do have an assistant director in the finance department.
We do have an assistant director, yeah. I forgot about that one.
I think that the second solution may be the simplest. Add the parenthetical, this exclusion does not include the assistant city manager.
Or
Assistant managers, period.
only employees allowed in closed session will be directed by council. It covers everything.
I mean,
say
that's also-
city manager's allowed in there and the city attorney, and then council directs who's allowed to walk into that room. Get rid of all the other parts of it.
Any more questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
And I just was wanting to look at so this section doesn't include the handling of confidential stuff, because I thought that was the intent, that confidential paperwork would not be handled by an assistant.
Yeah, that's covered in the next section, 401A. Access to the closed session records is strictly limited to authorized personnel only.
There it is. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the next section.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have no more requests for questions from council. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We do. We have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I find this kind of amusing. For 40 years, there have been leaks all over the place. I don't care how much mud or anything you put on it, the public finds out what you're doing in closed session. I would hope that this could be put stop to it, because at one time, information was let out, and there was a lawsuit that was generated by the information. A second lawsuit, because the information got out. And that doesn't serve the public, because here we are trying to do our best to do everything right, and then people are letting things go out that nobody should know about. It is kind of sad to watch this going on over the 40 years I've been here. 45 years, I'll take it back. It hasn't changed any. I hope it does. But what is the consequences to a person that leaks out something and then somebody comes back and says, well, I was told this by this person? What do you do then? How do you stop it? Do you reprimand the individual that did it? Or do you simply let it go on like it's been going on? There has to be a way that you can keep information that is vital to especially lawsuits, because we get sued quite a bit. And consequently, it costs the general public money, because this is how you pay for this. And there's no reason why it should be put out there. But yes, it is. And sometimes it's put out to hurt people that were past employees. And that shouldn't happen. Because ultimately what happens is the taxpayer has to pick up the bill. And the city attorney's bill is not cheap. So I would hope you put some teeth in this thing, so if you do find out who's letting this information out, put a stop to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have no more comment on item 17.
Okay, bring it back to council for questions of staff. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Mr. Summers. So if there's a brief of confidentiality by one of the council members, can you explain to the public what the consequences could be?
The consequences available to council if there's a breach of closed session confidentiality by a council member as distinct from employees include censure, referral to the district attorney for potential prosecution, loss of any elements of the council position within the gift of the council, for example, an office or the ability to access City Hall or the ability to receive mileage or expense reimbursement or the ability to sit on boards and commissions within the council's control. And I noted referral to DA. And with the right court order, blocking from future closed sessions, that would most likely take a court order, but the other consequences are within the council's power.
So the former council actually took many of those actions, correct?
Every one of those except filing a lawsuit.
Correct. But a council member that sits up here can also be held liable for a lawsuit. The city could potentially go after one of us for a certain amount of money of the lawsuit that was created, correct?
Yeah, depending on the circumstances, the council could pursue liability against a council member for proven breaches of confidentiality.
So there is teeth in this policy, correct?
Yes, and then if I could add for employees as distinct from elected officials, the consequences include suspension, termination, firing, reporting to the DA. So the consequences are more powerful in that regard because the employees work for the council or the manager as applicable. And then for the council members, the consequences as noted, given their elected status.
So how would a public member know if there was a breach of confidentiality? Because how would a public member know that was out of closed session unless they were told that was in closed session?
Right.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah, as I say, it'd be somebody who's told them, if you're the recipient of a leak and you would hopefully be concerned, you can come to the city, you can go to the DA. The DA is the district attorney. There are avenues to report that information.
Or Councilman Williams, I have a question for you. You're the chair of this policy, the rules and policy, and can you share with the public the hard work that the staff and we put into creating a policy that that is sound and that we can hold people accountable?
Yes, I believe that not only did the council, or the two members on the council, me and the Mayor Pro Tem, worked very hard to make sure that accountability was there, but the staff, including our city attorney, everyone wanted to make sure that closed session or any information that is sensitive would not get out. We're going to find out how good we set a policy to make sure that that happens. Maybe the strongest policy you've seen in the last 10 or 15 years, in my opinion.
So my last question, Mr. Mayor. This is, again, with Councilman Williams. Councilman Williams, so you've been part of the process with Rules and Policy since you've been elected and appointed to this committee. When this particular policy or any other policies that will be coming forward, when it comes forward to the council, I know that I'm really proud of the work that's been put into it, and it's ready, definitely ready for the council to review and potentially approve it. Can you say the same?
Absolutely. I will say it again, probably the strongest. Sitting on rules and policy is a very powerful position because we're setting rules as well as policy. And I will tell you this, with your leadership, it was very strong, focused, and the staff, everyone had everything. Every mistake was made in the past was covered in making this policy. And that should make you feel very comfortable. And I know you guys don't like closed session, I get it. And we wish you could share more, but we can't. But these set of policies are put in place for accountability. And I'll also have to thank the mayor because on day one, he made it a strong point to say, we're going to, tighten this thing up. And I believe we've done that.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Okay, I have Councilmember Williams, questions of staff?
The one thing I want to make sure we understand is our committee's members. I hope, I don't remember, I know we talked about it in rules and policy, but is it in the procedures that commissioners or anyone that's handling sensitive information besides council or staff falls under these same rules?
Yes, if any commissioner was present or would be present in a closed session, then this applies to them. And that's captured in section 1 in purpose, the reference to the commissions. We don't often do closed sessions with commissions, but it is possible in the right circumstance. And if there was one held, they would be bound by the same rules.
Mr. Summers, when a commissioner or someone inside of a committee is handed paperwork, and that paperwork is not meant for the public, but it gets out, is that a problem?
Yes, that gets pursued in the appropriate way depending on the information.
Okay. So this policy just doesn't stick with the council or staff. This is anyone that's on an elected committee or sits on any kind of board for us is going to follow the same rules.
Right, any city employee, elected official, or appointed city official, like a commissioner or a committee member.
Thank you.
Seeing no more requests for questions of staff, I will entertain a motion in a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez. I have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. A discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to go into discussion. So I just want to make it clear, as Councilmember Williams said, on day one, I told this council, I am not going to tolerate leaks of closed session. It's happened for far too long. And that I would have any leak that came to my knowledge investigated. Now, I know of one to date, and I gave the council a pass because the materials for that closed session were left out in public space. So I cannot hold the council accountable when staff left the materials out in public space for viewing. Now, as far as the policy, thank you for the strong policy, but it comes down to the people. It's like every year in my career, I have to take an ethics class. And it's worthless for two reasons. People that have ethics, two people go into the class. People that have ethics, they don't need it. And people that don't have ethics, they don't need it. So it's, even with a strong policy, it's going to be up to us to not leak. With that, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve item 17 passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go into general non-agenda public comments. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests for public comment?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. John Hill.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just have a list here. I'm a member of St. Joseph's. I was working to build a bell chapel and found that we have a very broken up retaining wall on Barstow Road. And I was asking for the city's support. It's inviolable. It's causing damage to the building. And we're actually looking at doing a full replacement of the roof for $300,000. And there's nothing about going in to fix the wall. And I'm hoping someone will give us a hand with that. That's from me. My uncle is a commercial and residential architect. He's retired now. He's 95. My aunt worked for with her husband in construction, Martinez in San Bernardino, and my family's done work that way. I had classes with Mr. Howitz back in high school in mechanical drawing and architecture and fine arts and art history later. And that's the bit of time that I've had. If you take a look, you'd see it. I wanted to know about the trees downtown. They are dying. I don't know if you know the big, beautiful tree on William Street, just west of Barstow Road. The ones downtown are really bad. I know we recently had some trimming done. That's nice. I would just like to have some, I think it'd be neat to have some planters built of stone. The local rock clubs could provide stone, I'm sure, free of charge. The river, it would be fun if we could remove the dams. According to Tony Winkle of Mojave Water Agency, we're overdrawn already. And I was thinking a monorail in the river, like at Disneyland, would be kind of fun. And having a flood control with bike and a running path alongside would be kind of cool all the way into the Narrows, maybe even going out to Newberry Springs. I was wondering, Mr. Merrill was formerly our city engineer, a symphony center on the hilltop at above Riverside Drive, that one really pretty hill just on that side of the bridge, on that side of Hawaiian Village, would be kind of cool. And then a Ferris wheel park where the old El Rancho was burnt down. I thought 3 Ferris wheels and a carousel that looked like a roulette wheel and a miniature golf in the between, and then have a horseshoe of game booths and foods. I thought that would be really cool. And I don't know if Mr. Merrill can do that or not, but that would be fun to do or fun to try. I was wondering, I know, Ms. Hernandez, you do the Arts District, if there's any support for artists. I've been trying to get work at a couple places. I don't know if it's okay to mention them, the Donut Shop and with Able at A to Z, but is there any way to assist the owners to understand what it is to get approval for art projects? And then I was hoping for a clock tower at the 3rd Avenue Park and for a William Barstow Strong statue. I thought that would be pretty nice there, really bring up the grade of the city. Our Wild Roses, I hope we get something going with them.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to try and run through this in a hurry. First of all, LA County had a lot of bad hydrants, and that's created the fire. We haven't had ours checked. I don't know who's responsible for that. Is the fire department, the water company, or whoever? Somebody needs to check it and save our liability. Next thing is, Mr. Lewis hasn't given a report over a year. I always hear Sydney talking about we're short money with this, with that, but our treasurer doesn't report out. Why is that? My next question is, the cannabis update was supposed to be given was about a month ago. Mrs. Hernandez and Tex gave the second to have it brought back. It's been over a month and no report's been given out. I don't know what the status of those cannabis shops are out there. Have they been paying their money or not? My next thing is I went to the Rules and Policy meeting, which I hadn't done in quite a while. It was very illuminating and informed. There's no policy written for the expenditure of the cannabis money, but yet money's being put into a different account. And this was brought out by John over there, Tex, asked the question, and the answer came up. We found out money's being taken out of that fund. Council has approved no policy concerning that. So how is it being done, and who did it, and how much is in the fund? I've also asked them to do an audit on the account to find out what exactly is going on, because Tex found out one amount, they say it's another amount, they can't get together. It seems like the council should know exactly what's in there and how the money's being spent. And those are things that I kind of see going on, and I wonder what's going on. My thing is, too, you've changed policy concerning the way you address the issue, Mr. Silva. As far as if a person asks a question and they don't get an answer, and you don't direct somebody to answer the question, how do we get an answer for it? At one time, if the staff didn't know the answer or the person didn't know the answer, it would be brought back at the next meeting and the issue would be addressed. It's not being done like that anymore. I'm kind of curious, how are we going to address issues when people come up and request things or want to know what's going on and they're not told anything? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Miss Anna Fusey.
Welcome, Mrs. Fusey.
Thank you. Anna Fusey, Barstow Senior Center President. Last Tuesday, I came to this the special meeting and requesting Measure Q money. After it was over, there were several things that were said, and I requested a transcript of this meeting from Maribel, and I was told that we do not record them, we do not have transcripts, nothing was available. I find that hard to believe, because how do we know what was said, what was talked about in this meeting? As it's not for public information or disclosure. I want to reiterate again, as I did at the last Tuesday, that Barstow Senior Center has been here asking for Measure Q money. They've never not asked for it. I was redirected by the city manager last year to do the promotional cannabis money, and it filled out for those requests, and I understand that they've been responded to, but I've not seen a response. So I'd like to know where that is. Barstow Senior Center is here, and we're asking for the Measure Q money. We want it not just for trips, but we need computer upgrades, and last week, Tex Williams said, well, let's get you that application. Got the application, has nothing to do with Measure Q. It's more like a request for monies for an event. I can fill it out. I have an estimate for the computers, but it makes no sense to do that on that particular thing. And the policy is not for Measure Q. It's for the promotional community benefits request. So I'm very confused. I'd love to see the applications that the youth filled out, because I'd like to fill those out as well. Maybe we need to do a Barstow Senior Football League or something. Okay. Joking, but not joking. All right. So why is this process so difficult to get through? And why is there not a policy? And where is the money for the senior centers? I'm happy to fill out whatever paperwork, but it has to make sense. And again, was this meeting last week recorded, and are there minutes, and are we privy to them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fusey.
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Getting old ain't persistent.
You'll get there.
I've been brief.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you, Miss Fuzzy, for coming. I mean, that's the name should be running the senior center, Mrs. Fuzzy. I like that name. I talked to her the other day, and she's quite a lady. And listen, Maribel, can we get somebody else in charge of taking those applications and knows what they're doing? Because Mrs. Cardenas here, I believe she was telling the truth. Maribel didn't call her back. So we need somebody to deal with Mrs. Fuzzy and the seniors, and we need the football. And I'd like to see that Barstow Little League, no money. What? I mean, I'd like to see an investigation. Who's ever going to be in charge of these applications need to find out how come Barstow Little League's got zero, and some of those other people, or did they run into the brick wall, Maribel, trying to do those applications and not doing a good job, Maribel? So I call everybody out. Don't take it personal, please. But also, can we use that Measure Q money to polygraph our police department for felonies? Because with Chief Chihuahua in there, you know there's been a bunch of skullduggery going on. Rodriguez proved, I understand he was beating up some black guy with a baton too. The one that Michael Carson. I think we owe Michael Carson an apology because he tried to go down to Bell and the chief short stopped him down there and he wound up back in the military. And another one that the chief kind of messed over was Priscilla. Now Priscilla, I'd like to see a letter going back to the state so she can get reinstated in her license. Computers for the seniors. I'd like to find out how we're going to get those applications to Miss Fuzzy, the right ones. Like you said, Carmen, we might redo the application so they're a lot more easier and understandable. And I'd like to see some sort of reserve that if our kids need some money in the middle of the season, we can have a little slush fund for them. You know, they don't have to go through all the process. Let's say we stick 10, 20,000 to the side and let's say they need baseballs or more footballs or, you know. I think we ought to have a little slush fund, just an idea. But let's get those applications right for Measure Q so the seniors, and I'd like to see a couple extra computers for the seniors that can go down there and work on them too. Not only their agencies that they have, but for the seniors themselves. And get somebody in charge of this Measure Q money that can take the applications, follow them through, and do them, and see if we can't get a little extra money so during the season, if they need extra money, they'll have it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
Thank you for coming, Miss Fuzzy.
Our next speaker is Mr.
I love the seniors and the kids. I'll tell you what, that's the way to roll here.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wisma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as you know, I've come up in front of this council on a number of occasions and said things that had shock value. And they were said on purpose. Because your previous council needed a good whop on the side of the head to wake up. And I'm not sure they ever did wake up, because a number of people have come up to the council with issues and never received an answer, one way or the other. So hopefully now we have a new council, even though some of you were there before, but hopefully you woke up now and will address people's issues. One of my issues is that I asked the city attorney for some consultation, never received an answer back. So that's a concern to me. But beyond all that, here's a simple one for you. We've got an echo chamber right out here. Hasn't been bad tonight. A couple other nights, though, it was very loud, and we could not hear the city council. That's good or bad, but basically, we're here to listen to the city council, and the city council is here to listen to us. And a number of times it was not possible with that echo chamber out there. The other point is there's not enough seating out there. There used to be more. There used to be a water cooler out there. Eventually, we're going to get 100 and some degree temperatures out here again. Be nice to have a water cooler with some cups. My question is, will you address that issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisma.
Our next speaker is Miss Virginia Brown.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Okay, a couple things. The most important here is I'm kind of sad to hear about all the people reaching out to the city and not getting return phone calls. Names keep coming up, but I know when I ran for District 4, I had reached out a couple of times trying to find out about my registration to run. I did receive a text message back, very nice one, and I was told that a certain person was supposed to already have called me and let me know that I had been approved and I was in fact eligible to run. I was kind of sad that I had to hear this from somebody other than the people I was supposed to hear it from. Because, I mean, we're all mentioning names, I'm just going to go there. I was told that Maribel was supposed to contact me, let me know that, yes, I'd been approved. That's a very serious thing to hear about. Yes, you've been approved to run. Never got the phone call. I never got the message. I never got the email. That's kind of sad and scary because it's bad enough when somebody's saying, hey, can you help me? But when you run for a public office and the person responsible to get back with you to let you know that you are eligible and did in fact qualify doesn't, you're missing time there. You're sitting around for weeks waiting to go out there and run the race with no knowledge that you've even been approved yet. And you have to reach out and find out from someone else that you've been approved. I don't personally know her position. I don't know what she does. I don't know other than the fact she's a city clerk. But you guys do. So I would hope that you would take to heart tonight everything you've heard, because you haven't just heard one person or two people or three people, but there's just one right after another, after another, after another, that there is a breakdown in communication. You want the people to communicate with you. You need to work on the ones that are supposed to communicate with us. And when we reach out, we would appreciate having someone on the other end of that phone take the time to get back with us. And when they have a job to do, we would appreciate if they would just pick up the phone and do it, send a text, an email, whatever they're supposed to do. So it's time for our wonderful council and our wonderful mayor to start letting the new city manager, Rochelle, when she comes in, know, hey, you got some problems in our employees here. We might have a beautiful staff, but a lot of them need to be retrained and taught how to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Our next speaker is Miss Marsha Wiesma.
Welcome, Mrs. Wiesma.
Thank you. I would like to address Mr. Rowland's problem with the New Mexico Chili Festival cook-off. It's been around for a long time, but my stance will be saying to you, city, do not try to take it over. You've got too much on your plate. You can't do what has been done in the past. He has a lot of contacts. He was a little short-fused and tempered, but he was given the runaround. It may not have been directly all of the city council, but part of it. I spoke to him later this week, and he is willing to let it go this year. Sad, but it will give him time to form a new program. He's been talking about going to the student association at the college. They do have a lot of third, fourth generations of people that have come from New Mexico. Those kids or students are ready to get involved. There are many churches in Barstow, and I believe If we check them all, we're going to find at least 2 to 3 church members that their descendants have come from New Mexico. There is a lady that used to teach ballet folklorial out in Grandview. She does have some contacts that she has provided to Roland. They're beautiful dance girls and men that wear the beautiful costumes. There is a local family that's still in a town not far away that do all the singing and playing the Mexican music. So he's got a lot of ideas, a lot of things going. He's just been a little upset and a little rattled. And I believe if we give him the time and everybody helps him, when this comes back, it'll be bigger and better. It'll give Barstow the time to relax, to focus on what we need to right now on the big and all this other stuff going around. This is very important. It affects a lot of people. It should not be discontinued. And again, I'm advising the city from my standpoint, looking in, not being from New Mexico, but I'm saying that there are plenty of people that are still out in the community, grandfathers, young people, old people, they're all willing to help out. And I think this will give us a year to promote it and have the biggest bang, new one coming on, and hopefully some of our big things going on at the same time. Please take that into consideration, Council.
Thank you, Mrs. Wisma.
Our last speaker is Mr. Gilbert Asa.
Welcome, Mr. Asa.
How you doing? I do want to first start off by apologizing to your council for a reason that I have been attacking you on Facebook very, very hardly. But you have to understand that what was damaged to me, you expected me to just lay down and take it. So I attacked. So I also told a man is a man when he stands his grounds, but also a man who admits when he's wrong is also a man. And I'm here to admit that I was wrong for printing or facing or posting certain things out there about the city. You are the first that I can say that have started to really, really care about this city. And I shouldn't have attacked you guys like that. You walked into a position that was already damaged. And I want to tell you, I am willing to give you a chance, and I will stop posting regarding the city, the mistakes that has been happening. That is not your mistake that it was done. That I do want to apologize. And I wish you would accept my apology for it. Also, in the same token, I would like to have a sit-down meeting with every last one of you regarding these situations. And that the things I heard tonight about the kids, you have to look back when you were a child. How would you like somebody to take those sports away from you when that's all you got? And I do thank you, Barbara Rose, for sticking up for them. You, Tex, as a coach, you set that example for them. You know what it feels like. Tim, you walked into a position. There was a lot of trouble in there. You guys are standing your grounds. And I will give you that respect. And I thank you for that. Okay? So, continue what you're doing. And it's a battle, but still stand your grounds. Like you said, make sure it tightens up all the little Things have been leaking out.
Thank you, Mr. Asa.
Okay?
We have no more comment.
With that, we'll go to council committee reports. We'll start with Councilmember Hernandez.
I had a meeting on February 24th on Mojave Air Quality District, and the agenda primarily was doing away with EPA requirements for the county of Riverside that have been on the record, and it takes years to get EPA to work on it. But I also spoke to them about cannabis. And my understanding, they came and for the licensing on February 3rd, and they're supposed to come this week and check and make sure that the equipment is connected and we don't have the smell out there, which does not bode well for an outlook for our community, especially in our economic center. And that's it. Oh, and we have a street committee meeting this Wednesday at 5 o'clock here in the council chamber, and everyone's welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to reiterate the military affairs meeting that's going to be happening on the 11th of March at 8 p.m. at Los Domingos. And then on the 17th, the Victor Valley Transit Authority will also be meeting at 9:30, and that'll be in Hesperio, where we'll be talking about the buses and things that, and the new routes and so forth. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. Councilmember Williams.
I got nothing.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. And Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Rules and Policy Committee met February 25th, and as you know, we have moved those meetings to 5 p.m. We will be discussing, I think, at the next meeting, because I do think that there is a really valid point that these meetings should be recorded and for minutes to happen, because this is a like other committees, a very important committee, especially when policies are being made. So I really like that recommendation. However, part of the agenda, on new business, we had community benefits policy. This is the cannabis fund. And we will be having, how do I say this? So we'll be having a special meeting. I've called a special meeting, got a second from Councilman Williams on March 10th, so that we can actually specifically talk about the cannabis funds, an actual policy.
I believe the special meeting was called for Tuesday, March 11th?
Did I say March 11th? What did I say?
You said March 10th.
I apologize.
Just to confirm that, I had understood it was Tuesday, March 11th
Yes.
at 5 p.m.?
The 11th, I apologize. Thank you. So it's going to be March 11th, 5 p.m., so that we can specifically and only talk about the cannabis funds. I have, and a second by Councilman Williams, to get a complete audit of the cannabis funds so that we know exactly how much funds are in this area, so that once the policy is made, that we can move forward on starting to spread the love, okay? And I really want to say thank you to Ms. Harris for doing the breakdown, and for our acting city manager for working together as a team with their staff to give us the actual number of how much money. But it looks like, and I'll just throw a little out there, that it looks like we may have close to 700,000 and some change that we should be able to start distributing once the policy is made. So that was really important in this meeting. We were able to get a second to move the tobacco retail ordinance forward to the meeting tonight, but then there was a couple of things that had just come up this week, and so expect that the tobacco retailer ordinance will be on the next council meeting. And as you saw tonight, we just approved the policy in regards to closed session. So this committee is doing a lot of work. The staff is doing a tremendous amount of work, and I look forward to continuing doing some great things with policies. And I also want to say that we will be discussing the Community Promotional Fund Measure Q. We're trying to tighten that up as well. And of course, our council handbook that we're looking at. Our next meeting is going to be March 25th, 5 p.m. And Homeward Bound will be meeting March 12th, 5 p.m. here in the Chamber Council. And we are asking for undergarments for men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, on February 19th, I attended Linwood Elementary School's annual safety plan along with our fire department. Being in the county, our police department did not attend that one. Later, right after that, I actually went and as observer watched a town hall meeting put on by Councilmember Williams and Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Again, I was in the back and just observed. And as I mentioned, when our first meeting, I encourage our council members to do town halls, and if invited, I will attend as an observer. On February 20th, I attended Henderson Elementary School's annual safety plan. On the 21st, I attended Jay Obernolte's event at Barstow Community College. Had to leave that after an hour to attend the San Bernardino County Transit Authority's Mountain Desert Division. On February 22nd, I attended the Barstow Cleanup Day at Lillian Park. And I have to say to the staff, the park looked really good already. In fact, I recommended that we just go get breakfast, and who would know, you know? But no, we did clean it up. On the 25th, I attended a mayor's panel at Victor Valley College in honor of Black History Month. It was the mayors of the High Desert. On the 26th, I attended Barstow Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee. Yesterday, on the 2nd, I presented a certificate to First Baptist Church for their 80th year in Barstow. And that's it. With that, we will go to business of the council. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I would like a follow-up on the fire hydrants. Anybody that has seen the report from LA County and how many fire hydrants were not functioning. And I know we had gotten a response from Golden State and saying, oh, they're in compliance with California PUC. I'm sure LA got the same response, but I would like to see the specific record from Golden State Water as to our meters and when they were last checked. So I would appreciate a second on that.
Second.
Because I don't want somebody having a fire and there's no water in those hydrants. The other thing, I wanted to thank our finance director for our accounts payable. As we all recall, the last one we got before was like for forever accounts payable. So I'm glad and I appreciate that we're back on schedule. I think that's about it. How's that?
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. And a couple of things. Chief, when was the last time we did our inspections on our fire hydrants and so forth?
We have to reach out to our cooperator, Golden State, to see when the last time they serviced them. We do continually get reports in which, if we deem them appropriate, we'll go out and in the field and test those hydrants. We just got a report of one today, in which we sent a crew out to go ahead and assess that, which it seemed it was in service, and it just needed to be notified just because of a minor leak around the base of the hydrant. So that's a Golden State Water feature, or actually information, so we'll have to reach out to them to see what they've done in the past.
Okay, thank you. And they already talked about the cannabis. There was a question referenced the Mr. Lewis attending or presenting the treasury report. Can we take a look at that one?
I'm going to bring that up. I'll give you a second right now.
Okay.
It's about time we get a treasurer's report, but I was going to bring that up.
Okay. And then, staff, can we work with senior citizens? This is the second time that they come before us to talk about the process on how to submit their application. So I would ask that the staff get with them to go over the process so that they can ensure that they're getting what they need in order to submit, but also what other funds that they're obligated or can participate in
I'll
as well.
second that.
Okay? And that's all I have.
Councilmember Williams.
Wow, someone's been reading my mind. First thing I was going to ask for is, I'd like to go a step further with that, with Mike Lewis, and the investment of taxpayers' money to make it quarterly, not just one time. We must know where our money's at. He's elected by the people to invest our money. So I appreciate the mayor doing the second on that one. Cannabis funds. We are setting policy. And, you know, the Mayor Pro Tem has asked for an internal audit. And I believe that we should bring that audit back to the people and put it on the agenda once we get that. So we are listening. We are paying attention. Especially when you have 3 different people asking about investment on money and we haven't even talked to each other. That's amazing. I can promise you that. That was shocking. It was in my notes today. So I want to figure out what we're doing with our streets. $60 million deficit. What's our plan to fix it? We owe it to you. You know, we sat with, I made a call to Public Works to take a look at a street. It's embarrassing. They actually came back and said, nothing we can do. It's beyond repair. It's embarrassing. I don't care what the problems are, the situation is. It's our responsibility to figure it out. Now I want the plan. We're borrowing money, whatever we got to do, I want to know about it. I'm tired of waiting. Management. I'm telling you, we got a problem. We're too top heavy, in my opinion. We need the managers to do more. I don't care. But I'm not going to sit around and watch management grow and staff be understaffed. So my next thing I'm going to need a second for is I'd like a staff report from all sections of the city on what they're understaffed. And I want that put back on the agenda to address it. So we know what our public works, our parks, our administrative staff is understaffed, our fire, our police. So I want that in the report if I could.
Councilman Williams, I'll give you the second, but I think that you need to be a little more specific as to when you should ask for this report, depending on when they believe they could get it to you.
How about
To
tomorrow?
us. Within reason.
And if I could offer a suggestion, perhaps that be item number 1 on the new city manager's task list, to meet with the departments and the department heads and put together a staffing analysis for council to consider.
I got a great guy next to me. He can probably get that done, no problem. I don't think I need a new city manager. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but the new city manager is going to take time to figure this out. We know the answer. So let's just put the report together on the next council and let's have it together. I just want the people to know that we're understaffed. And we got people, I'll give you Maribel Hernandez. She's doing 10 jobs. Everyone in this room is doing a lot of jobs, and I appreciate it. I want you guys to do more jobs. Give you the big pay, do more work. That's all I care about. So I appreciate it, but we got issues and we've got problems. So the next thing is some questions on where I live. I live in District 3 or I live in District 4 and where I'm at and everything else. Let me tell you guys, if you think that I live in District 3 and one District 4, you got some issues. You might want to, get something checked out there because that's ridiculous. If I won District 4, it means I live in District 4. You can't live in a different district. So for you guys who are questioning that, I just want you to know I know, and I appreciate your concerns. Everyone in this council has ran on something. I ran on accountability and trust. I think I've delivered everything I could possibly do and to get the support. It takes 5 of us to do the right thing. It really does. And you can have 4 say yes and 1 say no. That's about being transparent and everything else. Everyone that calls us the trio or trio or whatever the heck it is, I'm proud of it. Good, call me. Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead, call it. I'm good. I'll be proud to sit with any one of these. We should be the 5 musketeers. It's ridiculous that is going around and trying to make a bad thing out of it. It's ridiculous. We're setting rules and policies. Everything will if we find a problem, I can guarantee you that we will set policy to fix whatever those problems are. It's just that simple. You can't have, the reason why we're having these issues is because we have no policy. It's not the staff's fault or anybody else's fault. It's our fault for not having policy. If you had Measure Q policy that was concrete written, you wouldn't have the issues we're having now. It's not the staff's fault. It's our fault. We'll fix it. We'll put policy to it, and you may like it and you may not like it, but at least you'll know the policy.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I would be remiss if I didn't wish my grandson a happy 18th birthday. Today, Bryson turned 18, so honey, if you're listening, I love you and happy birthday. We had a town hall meeting, and unbeknownst to many of us, that was Councilman Williams' birthday, and I want to thank him and the staff that did show up because it was an amazing first town hall meeting with this new council. There was a lot of great questions, a lot of great answers. The staff went with some really good resources. I also want to thank Pastor Norman and the Browns for supporting that town hall meeting. And I would like to do the next town hall meeting, and I would like to invite somebody that would like to join me with the town hall meeting. So amongst you 3, decide who wants to join me, and we'll plan it for a couple of months down the road. So just reach out to me, please. The mayor will join me. I'm looking forward to it. So we'll just find a venue and we'll move forward with that. I do have a question on VVTA. We had a discussion on Arbor Way. They were supposed to stop, and Councilman Noble, can you please look into this, because they are still, that bus is still going down Arbor Way, and it is a safety issue. It's a very narrow street, and I thought it was going to stop, and it has not stopped. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that Councilman Noble asked for our acting city manager, Mr. Hildreth, to work with the senior citizens with their center. And I just want to say that I apologize that you have been given so many different directions on how to fill something out. Nothing should be hard about filling out an application, nothing. And so I second Councilman Noble's recommendation. So Mr. Hildreth will coordinate to meet with you, and so that you have the right applications. I also, before I go into my final one, I also want to say that I would like to ask the mayor and this whole council to consider doing a resolution to the county or somebody who's going to listen, but I would like to set up a meeting with Congressman Obernarty, our county supervisor, Don Rowe, because I want our cemetery fixed. It needs to be fixed. It needs to look up. It saddens every one of us to go out there. My mother, my sister, my grandparents, probably your mother, your grandparents, your child, somebody is out there. And we're better than that. So we need to consider as a council to do some type of resolution, and let's start shaking up those rocks out there and making it more presentable. I know that there's a committee, and we can involve that committee as well, but this council has collectively the power to get somebody's attention. And if we get Congressman Obernolte out there to walk that cemetery and in County Supervisor Rowe, maybe we'll get somebody's attention. And anybody else that we think about that has to join us. But can we get something going? I'm going to need a second.
I
for us
second
to
it.
do that. Thank you. And the last thing, Measure Q. Can you tell me where the applications are? How many applications that we have received for Measure Q, commissioners? Mr. Hildreth?
Well, I will defer to Ms. Hernandez. I am not aware.
The application process closes tomorrow, and I want to say we've received about 6 applications.
So can you, Mr. Hildreth, tell me where I can find the application? Because I have searched our city website everywhere, and I could not find the application anywhere. So can you tell me where that application is found? Because if I can't find it, how did these 6 applicants find it?
I will defer again to Mrs. Hernandez. I do not know where that application's at.
So the application is on our website under the Measure Q section of the website, and it was also added to our calendar of events or news. And so if you saw the news that was on there, it'll actually prompt you to the application to fill it out.
So, Mr. Hildreth, I do have a question because I searched Measure Q. I was a commissioner and I searched that whole page. I searched in fillable documents and I could not find it. So I'm being told it was there, and I'm pretty savvy in computers, I could not find it. So I think that, we need to clean that up to make sure that when we are asking for applicants that it's not buried, that it's out there. And I do,
Thank you,
one
Mayor
last,
Pro Tem.
I'll talk to you after. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I'm going to start with Mr. Asa. Apology accepted, and you have my number. We've sat down before, and I'll sit down with you again. I'm going to go a bit further on the fire hydrant. I had mentioned this about the time of the LA fires. There's 5 people here. They're going to get blamed, just as the government got blamed in LA. I want to see Golden State's procedures, policies for inspecting, and I want to see the reports monthly or quarterly from Golden State. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
If we're going to get blamed, we want to see it. Cover a few things here by Mr. Hernandez. I think he left. I have not changed the meetings. I am running the meetings by rules of order. Unfortunately, you watched them run not by rules of order for so long, you got used to it. Public comment, whether it's agendized public comment or general public comment, is just that. It's not discussion. It's not Q&A. The council can take your discussion. They can take your questions. It's a council meeting. It's not a staff meeting. I mentioned before, you have a question for staff. That's the door west of here. This is a council meeting. I think you've seen tonight, council took some questions and they directed staff to answer them. If we don't, come back at the next meeting, and there's 5 people you're going to blame that your question did not get answered, not the staff. You're not going to beat the staff up in this meeting. This is a council meeting. We will put on our big pants and we will take the beating. Treasurer's report. I think, again, by error of the last council, you're misunderstanding a treasurer's report. We're not going to see fund balances. We're going to see our investments, where our investments are going. And that's what I expect to see. It is not balance of funds. Yes. And then how to get answers, Mr. Hernandez, I just explained. We will direct the staff, and if we don't direct the staff, then please let us know. We do want to get your questions answered. And as you saw, I did direct a couple questions to please be answered by staff. Now, we have to be careful in the general public comment because we don't want to get into a Brown Act violation, so we may be asked for something to be agendized and be brought back. But again, public comment, whether agendized or general, is not a Q&A with staff. That's the rules, that's the policy, that's the rules of order, that's the way I'm going to run the meetings. I announced that on the 16th. I gave the rules of order on this December 16th, and the next meeting I gave a tutorial as we went through the meeting. It's important that we understand how the meetings are ran, and I'm going to run them that way. With that, with consensus of the members, without objection, this meeting will be adjourned. At 10:17 p.m., we will continue our closed session in 10 minutes.